galaxy faster than sanity, left behind a land forsaken. Black holes and meteors riding on shooting stars, fearless like our dreams. We shoot down a satellite, wings of a butterfly, constellations recreate and fighting for liberty, raising the energy, bursting at the seams. Freedom looking down a telescope, starlight never been so beautiful. Whole world waiting for us, time to go, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the right, sunset never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space, escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Starlight dances in the silver of the night sky. Way above the clouds we will be sailing high, sailing high, sailing high. Ooh, you and me, we're gonna touch the stars, find the center of the universe. New reality in front of us, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the right, sunset never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space, escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity.
All right, let's go ahead and get things started. I really had to figure out that time. I'm gonna make a note to myself to do that right now. I really need to fix that timing and that. But I hope everyone's having themselves a good Wednesday. For those with their persuasion, that's a word. Wednesday. For those with their persuasion, that is Thursday. I hope your Thursdays are going well. Let me just write down the fix intro timing. What I'm probably just gonna do is I'm gonna take that sound file and just open it up in an editor. I don't know, put something as like you know, FG has the horn or whatever, like come up with some intro sound that people are like, oh, it's the sound, it's starting. To just pad it out. It's like, it's only like 10 seconds off, but just like pad it out like 5-10 seconds at the beginning. So like start it, 5 seconds go by, it plays the sound, 5 seconds go by, music builds up, and then at the end of the music, timer runs out. That's what I'm thinking. But anyways, with all that distraction out of the way, so we have the usual announcements. Today has been the last day of the survey. People can still fill it out today if they would like. You can still technically fill it out any point after this as well. But let's see. Watch my Unix. Watch my streak is still stuck at 28. Yep. All right. You have a good time at your meeting, Illicit. But yeah, so we got the survey filled out. I had a bunch of statistics here that we got at the end. In total, we had 72 people fill it out. I know some of them were people that only popped into chat for the first time, which is fine by me, but as a consideration. But just kind of like looking at, like, I'm not gonna bring up all the charts because then I can show like a bunch of individual questions and all that. But I went ahead and on the Discord in the discussing streaming channel, I just kind of like, this hasn't been sorted. I mean, it's been sorted. I haven't gone through and like cleaned up the data and like done all that sort of stuff and like actually done, you know, measurements about this time of day, this thing. Like, haven't done all the stuff I want to do with the data. This is just the raw. I spat out saying, okay, genres preferred seeing, here's the list. We had 56 people who responded, said survival, 52 said settlement building, 39 said slice of life, working their way down. The genres you don't like seeing, you know, bullet hell was the outlier on the top, action RPG, renovation style games, which makes it feel a little bad because I might be getting a House Flipper 2 key here, literally as expecting to get it today. So, well, gonna play that anyway because I want to. But I didn't get the key yet. I was actually expecting to play that today on stream because it's supposed to get the key today, but you know, it hasn't happened yet. Which it's fine. They're not like late, like they didn't promise me it'd be today. It's just they were going to start going out today, and I had been individually reached out to by the people over there. It wasn't House Flipper itself, but like people representing House Flipper giving out keys through a website I've used plenty before. But yeah, it's those things like, That said, like for the people who said they don't like the renovation style games, out of 70-something people, it's 23. So that still implies, if I'm looking at this as, if you say you like it, you prefer it, like that is what you want to see the most. If you say you don't like it, it means you're probably not going to tune in for it, or if you do, it's purely out of support and you're just going to lurk. And if you didn't respond either way, you're okay with it. You'll probably watch it, you might not watch it. You don't have a strong opinion, basically. So 2 out of 3 not having a strong opinion, it's pretty good with me. Like the only, like honestly, of the responses I had with the prefer, not prefer, the only ones that stood out as like, those games don't seem to do well, is the bullet hell and the action RPGs were definitely the outliers for the least number of people saying they enjoy watching it and the most people saying they don't. But otherwise, for the most part, I would be down to continue playing pretty much everything there. You know, maybe potentially leaning towards the ones that got overrepresented. We also had, this won't be a big shocker, for the favorite games to watch of the channel, Project Zomboid barely eking out ahead of Coral Island, where there's your upset. Coral Island came way ahead of RimWorld by almost 10%. Now, you can of course go, okay, but you're playing a lot more games, and that's... I actually have a thing where I'm like, here's some observation. It was like, yeah, the game I was playing was very heavily leaning that way, so just assume all the answers are kind of fudged in the direction and genre of what I was playing at the time. So realistically, I imagine RimWorld is probably in that same ballpark. Because I actually have gotten, like honestly, in the survey results, for the people who are like, I like settlement builders, I'm really tired of RimWorld. I got that actually quite a bit. That they're like, RimWorld's a great game, but like, really kind of done with RimWorld. Which is like, okay. Alright, that's fair. Sorry, adjusting one of my chats. But that was one thing that came up as an observation, that we had quite a few people gave me that feedback, that they were kind of RimWorld out, which is understandable. RimWorld also hasn't had a major update in a while, so it's leaning on mods and thing. So it's because there's less than a month since you introduced it. It started working next month. Gotcha. So we had all that, which was fun. The day of the week was pretty close, with Thursday being the outlier, which, in hindsight, I wasn't streaming Thursday, so, you know, makes sense. But it did definitely seem to favor, like, from Sunday to, like, Wednesday-ish, like, that time frame, over the, like, Friday, Saturday, Thursday time frame. So, like, early week over late week so far as viewership. And I wonder if there's a selection bias with the what times as well, because I usually brought things up at the beginning of stream more than any other time. But it implied that midstream was the heaviest amount, which would make logical sense. More people are likely to watch from the beginning through the middle, or the middle through the end, or just the middle, than, you know, the outliers. We had some that were definitely just the beginning, just the end, but in sheer ratio, the middle should be the one.
_, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Bush, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to emotes. And thank you, Ianek, for also re-upping your Prime Gaming... Not Ianek, Illicit Z, for upping your Prime Gaming sub. My apologies. Seeing multiple names. Because you've been subbed to the channel for 10 months, so I hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to emotes. But yeah, so we just basically got a bunch thing. But it was a thing that was like, okay, I do have to... Like, I've observed that there was a couple... We had a couple problems with that. Like, the question I asked, like, what game would you prefer to see? I'm going to just use it as a suggestions thing, because, like, the quantity kind of really, you know, really didn't work. And that's because I had just Stardew Valley and then other, and I was expecting people to fill it in, and a whole bunch of people just hit Stardew Valley and go, and it's like, okay, well, I got some others. I put Long Dark and Software Inc. and everything in there, and then those got hugely represented, and then like nothing else is like, okay, that's fine. I think we'll do for the next time we do the survey in like 6 months or whatever we do it. I will, like a week or two before the survey, I'll be like, what games would you like to see in this area? And then we'll put that in, and then we'll do the survey. Because I think that'll solve that problem. As far as like the selection bias of whatever I'm playing when I bring up the survey gets an advantage, I can't think of a way to work around that, which is fine. That said, we did have, like I said, 72 people responded to the survey, and you can still respond to survey if you want. Like, I'll still take that data. It might be delayed before I notice it because I'm gonna like gather everything up. Because we had that going for 2 weeks, but like even with those considerations of where there is a large margin of error in it, I've got a lot of valuable feedback from like what we could do to improve things that people weren't happy with, things that people feel like were really good about that, and all that kind of stuff. We also got lots, like even with this data, knowing that there's a high margin of error, like stuff that was like outliers up or down can still like very easily figure it out whenever. This doesn't feel like it should have a share button. Oh, you mean that you had like a 5-week streak? I think they want you to be able to share to kind of be like, ah, look at me, I've been watching so much. And I actually think that's not necessarily a bad thing. Because it does, build an engagement. People want to sit, they don't want to miss your stream because they want to, keep their streak going and yada yada. But yeah, so that's just basically the whole survey thing that we've got that whole thing going on. That we filled it out. I've got a lot of good data. I haven't had time to crunch it, but I did data dump on the discussing streaming for anyone who wants to just look at the basic numbers. I didn't put like everyone's response to questions because one, I don't even know how I'd organize that. Plus, that'd feel like giving out stuff that people may not have wanted to have put out. So I just put like the raw, this many people voted this many people voted that. Don't try and wordle me, Twitch. Yeah. You sure want to keep my broken streak going? But yeah, we also have the poll going on. And probably, so we've already got Hard Space Shipbreaker permadeath mode going. We've been doing Project Zomboid. I did look up the airport sim. They gave me a key. The overall reviews have been good, but like a lot of the responses I've been hearing have been pretty mixed about it, so I may or may not play that one. I've heard it can be very tedious, which is not encouraging. That basically have like a handful of like 5 or 6 or 7 things you do with your plane and all that kind of stuff. And that's it. Are you saying it's a flight risk? It's probably a lack of flight risk, because you don't fly the planes. When I say airport sim, you literally the person in the ground who like sticks the thing up to like plug in the plane to like recharge its batteries and like plug in the fuel line and get the luggage cart in position and that kind of thing. It's like a farm sim but airport. Which people were saying like early on it feels real good, but it's like takes about 2 or 3 hours to be like, oh, I've done this already. So that one we might skip on. Like I know we had a decent number of people voting on it, and like that's the reason I put it there, is it looked promising. And then I like now that the reviews are coming in, it's like, oh, okay, maybe not. Maybe we will. I could get a key. Like I just have to hit the button and they give me the key, but I haven't accepted the key yet. Because once I accept the key, I usually feel a level of obligation to do it if I've gone through the request or whatever. American Arcadia we might do. I haven't decided that one yet. That one I only have mixed feelings. Like it looks great, and it getting great reviews. It's just kind of way off the norm I do here. Like technically none of the categories I even put on the survey fit it. It's kind of platformy, puzzly kind of thing. We might do it. We'll see. But yeah, so basically we got the poll there. I'm not expecting to do too much more with that poll. I might not do the poll here much. Like I might just put it away again. Because like I said, one of the big problems with that poll is we only had, I think at the end, like 15 or so people fill it out. And to give you an idea, the typical stream here will have somewhere in the area of 1,000-ish unique viewers. And I can't really get a solid quantity of how many of those are like regulars, but I would guess as far as like for watch time, it's probably 60-70%. As far as actual viewers, it's probably like 40%, because you'd have more viewers who pop in, go nah, and hop out, so they'd be the thing. Which means if we only have like 15-20 people there, of the entire group, it's like only about 5-ish% of like the viewer for a typical stream weighed in on that, which is not much. Give me a moment. I gotta get my mod computer fixed. So that's been the problem with the polls, is I basically I need more participation. Sample size being too small is definitely a problem. Which that's never been like the highest one automatically gets played. It's just most of the time I will end up playing the highest one, if not first, but pretty shortly after. Otherwise, the only thing I know we've got coming up is we'll probably be playing American Truck Simulator. I think it was on the 1st, so that Friday. Because that's when the new DLC is available and the Dare Drop is available, and I want to play it anyways when that happens, so we'll probably do that on Friday. We'll also have, likely on Friday, Zidian did the Redeem to Make Me Play, a game called Delivery Inc., which the best I can describe it is you've got kind of like a map that you're going to need to move stuff around on, like deliveries and all that. So it's kind of like managing, oh, I need stuff over here and need there, and like trying to deal with the logistics behind it. So I'll never check that. Karen says, you can never have enough good feedback. I hosted events, and oftentimes we go into the improvements meeting with a few obvious challenges, and the rest are good, no notes. Yeah, that's that is a regular problem. That would be on the survey side more than the poll side. Because like, yeah, so the survey side we had, it would, like, best guess maybe 10% of the regulars participate, and that's there's a lot of fudgery on the math there to come up with that 10-11%. But that's also taking into consideration we had a lot of first-time viewers who also filled out the survey, which is fine. But I definitely found that there's multiple problems in how I did the survey, that I've definitely introduced bias and all that to it. And the bias is selection bias, that whatever game I was playing at the time that I basically said, hey, go take the survey, if you go to the survey submitted at that time, they wouldn't all lean towards that game I was playing, but they would very, very heavily lean towards it, which is still, the data's still good and useful. It's just, I have to put like a big old asterisk on like the genre and favorite game that's like, yeah, this is heavily biased. Margin of error here be big. But that said, like I said, even with stuff like if survival is at, 50-something people out of 70-something people, that's that far ahead of everything else. It's like, yeah, that's safe data. That's a big enough thing that it overcomes the margin of error. Not that I know what the actual margin of error is. But yeah, and it's always getting feedback is tricky because, you're asking someone to take time out of their day to do it. So that's the stuff we have for our announcements. Yeah, again, American Truck Simulator will probably be Friday. I'm most likely going to do Farming Simulator either today or tomorrow. Partially because I still have keys that I've been trying to give out that we did dare drops for, and we have literally had no responses, and I'm giving those keys out. They're going out. I don't want to hold on to them because they'll just rot. And we did stuff to earn them. So, I'm going to play Farming Simulator, and I'm just going to give it out during that, which is what I was trying to avoid, but people... And I get it. People don't want to hop on Discords and all that. You got a billion Discords, or you don't own Farming Simulator, or you don't own Farming Simulator on Steam, or you do, but you already have all the DLC, so I'm not able to give you, I think. I get it. There's a billion things that are like little hurdles along the way. 31, 35 for you. Anyways, without further ado, we're going to start with RimWorld and get back into our colony. For those who missed what we're doing, we are in a Boreal forest. We are a Transhumanist colony that started as a tribe. We're on this cool little map that's got a river going through. Talking about watching trees. Gotcha. Let's see, you never played Farming Simulator, but you probably should. Well, right now, if someone ends up picking up Farming Simulator, the base game, I have 2 year 1 season passes, 2 year 2 season passes, and 2 of the packages that go inside those that we have keys for explicitly earmarked for giving away that were given us for doing dare drops. And not a single person has responded that they want them. Which is more people probably not signing up for the Discord than anything. So, that is a thing. The only asks I have if someone does request those, 1, you gotta own the game on Steam. Those are Steam keys. And at 2, don't resell them. If I have, like, most of the keys I'm giving out get resold, it's a very good chance that, you know, I stop getting keys. For obvious reasons. Alright, so we don't have a whole lot of wood to our name. So we've written out our first winter. It was a little rough, but not super duper rough. We do have our kill box down here. It's not in great shape yet, but we'll get there. What I'll probably do in the end is I'll probably end up making a second line back here. That way I can make a choke point here for if we deal with, like, they push through and I just want to one-on-one them again and again. But yeah. Now, Farming Simulator is a fun time. That was, going back to those survey results, that was actually one of the things that surprised me was for games that people most like to watch in the channel, that both Farming Simulator and American Truck Simulator took 4th and 5th. Which that's interesting to me because I didn't play American Truck Simulator that I could think of during the time frame that the survey was going on, so it definitely didn't have a bias working for it. If anything is working against it. And then Farming Simulator also got up there. And don't get me wrong, they were in 4th and 5th place behind RimWorld, Coral Island, and Project Zomboid by a pretty decent margin, but they were ahead of most of the other stuff. Because those top 5 games that I mentioned, literally every other game on there only got 1 vote. What mod has the seek and destroy function? You hate it when the rares flee and my defenders just let them wander through the defenses. I don't know. I've never had a seek and destroy function. That's something you see in RTSs, where you can sit there and, like, put waypoints in a patrol route, or, you know, seek and destroy where your units just run off and go hunt. But I've never seen something like that in RimWorld. It wouldn't surprise me if there is one. Oh. You. Go away. Alright. Yeah, so we did get some Muffalo, which is good news. Because having the Muffalo there means I'll start getting wool for better clothes. They're going to struggle a little bit on food for right now, but we'll get them there. But yeah, no, is the fact that American Truck Simulator and Farming Simulator were actually weighed so high in that. Because I did play Farming Simulator for a stream, but the bulk of the ones that said Farming Simulator didn't come from that stream. We only had 1 or 2. So it's kind of interesting. I have no idea what Tomb is doing in there. She's making all sorts of weird noises. Hey, Butte, how's it going? But yeah. So just one of those things that completely took my train of thought. She's going like, ee, like she'd do like when we're, you know, playing a game and it's like difficult or whatever. But I don't think she is playing games. She's watching shows. So I'm just like, what is happening in your show? But yeah. Alright. We got another Timber Wolf. Oh, Arctic Wolf in the map. We'll deal with them later. Okay. I need to have you hunting animals still. Good. Just trying to ride out to get our first harvest, which isn't too long. Let's go ahead and deal with that Timber Wolf real fast. Or Arctic Wolf. What's this colony? Transhumanist tribe, and we got a big old river going through the middle. Is kind of the big thing. Alright, so let's get everyone over here. Take care of that Arctic wolf. Well, my problem is if I don't do that, there's so few animals on here that the wolf can hunt. I become the animal that the wolf hunts. I mean, this is the same colony. The transhumanist one didn't die. Okay. Yeah, we had the ones who are messing with the boom rats. Those ones died. But, there's still that same transhumanist colony with the river through it. Alright, it's time to move up to beds. What's your deal? Oh, you're hungry. Alright. So we're getting close to getting our food up, which will be good. No one's starving yet, but they'll start getting cranky soon. Shuttle has arrived for the U-Wolf? Yep. Get out of here, buddy. I remember what you give me, all I know is I want it. Yeah, new colonist. That's right, give me a moment to go Q start. And you can do Q join if you want to be our brand new colonist who is a RimWorld fast learner who can do medical and crafting. You're going to be doing crafting. We'll get that sorted out. So in the meantime, get recreation on your schedule and get all this set up. So they can actually be a competent doctor as opposed to what they've been doing in the colony. So that's good. We got a second crafter to help out. Okay. But yeah, so for things we're going to have coming up on the channel so far as games we're going to play, we're going to continue on that hard space shipbreaker run that we started, that permadeath run yesterday. Has not died yet other than the intro story where they kill you as the intro story, but like you don't die in-game mechanic, it's just a cinematic. But we have not died, otherwise, and that's been going pretty well. Oh, right, we're working on geothermal. I was like, what are we researching that's so slow? Right, geothermal. Do we have any weapons sitting around here? Let's check you two. Here, both melee. I can make you melee as well. I normally don't go that heavy on melee at this phase of the game, but... You're not particularly good at shooting, so we'll get you done. Yeah, and no Quasar engine deaths. Because it's a, do you want to take apart this Quasar ship? No, I will take the lower amount of money, thank you. Because those things bug and murder you. And dying to, it's like playing Project Zombie, and every time you do one of those ships, it's like just having all of your protective clothing on and just letting a zombie grab you. And rolling the dice. That's what doing those engines are like doing. Smiffles is in intense pain due to food poisoning. And you're hungry, and your barracks is awful. I mean, we're literally working on the barracks thing right now. So we're being raided, attacks immediately. 2 people with knives. Alright. Okay. So you 4 lean over here. And you 3 stage over here. And they'll go the whole way around. Extreme break risk because you're starving. Smiffles. Sadly, I do need you to stay there. Because I need that sweet, sweet combat ability. Someday I'll become good at shooting. We'll get there yet. Alright, go do what you want. It's not a kill box so much as a lock of lament. Yup. There's a lot of advantages to this. One is the bodies are just falling into the water where they'll rot faster. Which has a bunch of interesting prospects, because you're more likely to have the enemy have mood breaks because they're walking past a giant pile of corpses. Okay, so that's dropping. Like, the chest deep water here also heavily slows them down. Stop it. Alright, so work schedule. Alright. A forlorn fjord. Cookie buddy. I say I really need you to get ahead of those. Alright, so with that we can go to our schedule, work schedule. You stay on that. And the rest of you drop to 4. The only reason I'm keeping it on 4 is just if they have nothing better to do, they can cut down trees or something. Alright. They're making good progress there. Storing all the bodies safely in the water supply. That's kind of a grim but interesting thing we could potentially do. You may have given me an idea. Don't worry about it. Where's the other one? There you are. Just dump all the bodies in the river. It's already what we're doing, but instead of going out of our safety, we can just drop them right here. Animal starvation. How close are we? Actually, let's do it this way. That door open. That door closed, this door open. We have Smiffles pop the door real fast. And close the door. Alright, 5 refugees. I want to take it, but I need to get our first harvest up. Because we're struggling on the food front at the moment until we get those potatoes going. Chemical starvation, which we'll take care of as soon as we can. There we go. Food is now officially not an immediate disaster. So who's handling you? Get them before they walk off the map. You did not do a good job of that. There you go. An effort was made. Okay, so temperatures are getting good. So we're gonna go here and say that's Alanorama's room. That's Illicit's room. That's Sentient's room. That's Miffle's room. And we need to talk to you about your heresy. As we do. Oh, that is gonna take some work. Yeah, so I learned that we have... I don't care about these. I kind of wish with your activity list for like the camps around you where it's like, oh, you can go raid that camp and get components. I kind of wish it could be like, just don't put these on the mission list. Like, it's okay that you, like, it's okay that it's here on the map. But, like, it's not a quest. I don't want it here. I don't need that. Like, if I decide I want to go raiding, that's fine, but... having it take up that much is the whole thing. Alright. Machine Fair. That's a drum party, so we're just gonna not do that. I don't have what I need for it. Put another set of rooms up here. Maybe. Trying to figure out where I'm putting the next set of bedrooms. Because we've got 6 bedrooms and 7 colonists. Well, I will have 6 bedrooms and 7 colonists. So, you know. Math things. Go get me more wood. Alright. We also need to figure out how we're doing our hospital as well. Because usually I like the hospital to be right here. It's entirely possible what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up stealing these side areas and putting them to use. But I'll worry about that when we get there. That's fine. I don't have drums, so I can't help you. So, let's see if we can't put a door over here or something. See if we can't convince them to take a different route than through the kill box. Put doors there and there. Because right now they're walking past all the corpses each time in and out, and I want them to just take different routes to avoid the kill box. With like, and I know I could zone it so they don't go in there, but then I have to deal with like, okay, zone it so they put the buys there, but then unzone it, and I don't want to go through that hassle. So I just wanted to convince their pathing that this is not the way. Like, we'll extend this to potentially make that better. We gotta get to that point. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the drawing on the queue. And Goobish, let's go ahead and get you in here. And welcome to the colony. You're going to be a committed crafter who's iron-willed and a hard worker. Let's see, can you leave an open door that is forbidden at the entrance? I think they'll still walk through it. I actually don't know how to approach that. People going, rigged. And Rawlbutt just letting everyone know that Rawlbutt will do it again. Alright. So we have 3 days before we have to consider if we're going to take the refugees, of which there's 5 and 4 kids. Is that a new design for a kill box? Yeah, I'm experimenting with it. I saw some pretty clever stuff during the hot potato. I'm not copying one of the... Like, the hot potato design I liked was the one where you have, like, the half circle. They should never walk through a forbidden door, open or not. Interesting. I mean, what I'll probably do is just make this wrap around for, like, the tunnel to extend it for the enemies. But, so normally you'd make this like a half circle kind of thing, so that the enemies running up in the middle get into range at the same time for all people. Because that can be incredibly powerful, but we don't really, because of the way the river's shaped, we don't really have the availability to do that. So we still have Goob and Bong Spiller over there, so set. And cool, so Spencer's the only one still in that room. Didn't we have a couple here? Yeah, we do have, they're engaged, that's right, we don't have free love. Oh, that's annoying. Got insulted, is immediately going to go on an insulting spree. That's going to be great for everyone's moods. Run, Alana. Don't listen to those words. They'll just make you upset. Ah. I know, really, you should just arrest the person and be done with it. But it always felt weird to me to arrest someone for just being, you know, just insulting a bunch. The fact that insulting hits people's moods so bad is one of the things that's, you know, just kind of really rough. Like minus 23. Smack him, Cookie. Yeah. Loyal cats. If we do that, then blackjack joints are a waster. I'm not dealing with that. He's requested I take care of his 2 cats for 23 days. We'll probably do that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's also an entire week of not having a table. Alright, so we've got all that set up. So research is definitely just plugging along as best it can. We do have electricity, we're just working on geothermal so we can plug that in and run power and not have to deal with a bunch of hassle with other stuff. We're going to want to get the moisture pumps as early as possible, because they've got a lot of work to do. We're just cutting all the stone on the map, every last little bit of it. 1 block at a time. Alright. Am I going to make the extra rooms here? How big a space do you need? $17 by 22? So I'd have to take away just a little bit of the smoke leaf area to do it. It's not a terrible idea. Because there's space here, but not for 2 rows. I'm going to be putting the heaters in here. Check that again. Yeah, so I'd have to take away part of the smoke leaf area. I almost feel like I'd rather just extend up here and do that. I think that's what we'll actually do, is we'll extend the perimeter to include this area up here. Area revealed. Oh, okay, that's fine. Staying part of all the things. Yeah. So that's probably what we'll do, is we'll just extend this to be... I keep seeing that area revealed, and it's like, don't do that. No surprises. But, we extend this up here, probably to around that distance, just to avoid having to do even more of the stone. I just have to build a bridge there, come across, that'll be fine. They've already got all the wood cut, so they're good there. That said, we have stone. Let's use our stone. So we'll do slate. Putting our door over here. Okay, quest expires. That's the refugees. We're starting to get our food. Yeah, our food's going to be good. Alright, so let's go ahead and take the refugees. They're here for 13 days. There are children in here, so I don't need to worry about them betraying me. Because children will never betray. You go here to work. You're not going to doctor. Good, it didn't pre-assign anyone to being a cook. Because that's always deeply upsetting when they do that, and you have a completely incompetent cook starts cooking, and you get everyone food poisoning because you didn't see one of your refugees was pre-assigned to do it. Alright, so you're good at mining. You can research, which will be helpful. What else do I want to have you do? I can put you on plant cut so you can actually cut the trees. I'll put you on 4 for that stuff. So a lot of them aren't going to get a whole lot done. But that's okay. Actually, that's one thing we can do. Is zone. Just the regular dumping stockpile could be there. For all those ones who have hauling now. We can just tell them to halt all the blocks. To reduce how far people have to path from materials. Okay, and the next thing we can do is the stone cutting table. We can add details. Don't go more than 50. That way they can actually get stuff done more time. What difficulty in Storyteller are you playing? I think we might be only on Adventure Builder right now on Cassandra. Because people want to see a run go through versus where normally I do a bunch of like really sweaty challenge runs. So we don't see a lot of games finishes because I'm always doing something extremely difficult. So people just wanted to see me get through a transhumanist run. We haven't decided like what ending we're doing or anything like that yet. But it's definitely not like a super high difficulty or anything like that. I usually don't do like the 500% naked brutality stuff anymore. I used to, but you honestly get pretty tired of it after a while. Heat stroke. Oh! Yes, heat stroke. There we go. My bad. I didn't mean to bake you alive in there. Well, it's not the kitchen. I have a steam geyser like right inside there. It's yeah, so I had the door still switched from when it was winter, because that's how I was heating the place through the winter. Is mostly leaning on the geyser. Alright, Cookie's getting everything replanted. That's good. We got plenty of potatoes for right now, though. 3,400 potatoes. As you can see, I've got potatoes sitting out here for should the food get too low. Alright, so one of the other things we're going to need to do is actually start flooring some of these places. So these ones up here. For the moment, I'm just going to give you wood floors. Just so you have floors. So you don't take the penalty. But we'll definitely want to make things nicer for a lot of them. And emotionless links. Okay. You want to call in three links. Oh, here, we should do this. I'm doing right now is I'm making the area the kids are allowed to be. The schedule. Restrict everyone in there for right the moment. Because we accept the quest for the links. We're just restricting everyone inside for a minute just because I don't want someone off like at the very edge of the map sleeping. Oh good. There's the wedding. Excellent. Sentient Cookie and Spencer will no longer have to have different rooms. And thus we will have enough bedrooms for all of our colonists. Without needing the barracks. Okay. And everyone immediately eats. Oh, we still have that nutrient paste laying around? That's fine. I forgot. I think we had it was a drop pod. Guess what? Okay. So there's the links. Let's grab the adults to deal with. Not there, please. That was not smart of me. So move them there. We'll grab the adults. You're over here. Join offer for Rosite. You're a fast learner who's neurotic. You're really good at mining. You're a dirt mole. I'm I mean, I'm not gonna need you to dig, but I'm not against having you here. Yeah, you can help with plants. I believe dirt mold makes you bad at a lot of things, though. You're a slow runner. You heal wounds faster. You're strong in melee. Okay. I will accept you. We'll name you something here in a minute. But, so now you're going to be here. We will have you start learning how to doctor. And I'm going to actually have you help out with the plants. Because I'm going to have you get good at plants. And you are ultimately going to be a melee pawn. Which means gooberish. If I can find you a ranged weapon, friend, we're going to get you a ranged weapon. I don't think we have any made already. The gooberish are going to get moved over to being a ranged pawn. And then Rosette or whatever is going to become a melee pawn. All right. Now we'll go ahead and get the child's name. Conrad. We'll have to get a desk set up. Yeah. I don't really have a place to put it yet. That's the kind of thing we've been running into is because we're surrounded by marsh all over the place. It's been very difficult to get a bunch of stuff set up. Okay, so everyone's unrestricted. Okay. Congratulations, Smithles. You're about to get a lot better at crafting. Cool. All right. Ideally, I want to take this room back so that I can basically expand the rec room. At which point, they'll be able to fit a desk and some more activities for them to do in here. But to do that, I need to get some more bedrooms. So we've got a raid that's attacking immediately. They've got a lot of knives and a singular gun. All right, well, we do just have to meet them. Grab all the adults. The rain's not going to help us. But apparently that doesn't matter. Who did what to you? First shot to the brain. Illicit NZ said, hang on, I got this. Alright, so you're gone. So you took a hit, how bad? You took a pretty solid shoulder hit. But honestly, all things considered, not that terrible. You get that out of there. That's the only thing of value in there. Okay. Time for braised bacon. I'm gonna need you to go to bed, please. We're gonna need to get that hospital online. So that's a minor injury. So you go ahead and take care of that. Start working getting you patching up and stuff that isn't like malaria and stuff I gotta worry about like that. Oh, work. Before I forget. You're a child, you just worry about getting well educated. Where are you going with that? Oh. I have mixed feelings about that one. Because by leaving it out there, it's going to deteriorate faster. Storage. Don't store human-like corpses. And don't store fresh stuff here. Go over here. Storage. Animal corpses. Don't store rotten. Okay. Now they start putting those corpses in what is ultimately going to be the freezer. Worry about that when we get there. Where are you going with that? Oh, you're just dropping the body there. That's fine. Look at you actually trying to get some stuff done there. Yeah, so we're just waiting for Illicit and Alanorama to get the perimeter here built. Once we get that up, we can knock down this wall. Okay. We can knock down the wall there and get things going with that. Just grab everyone else. Just so they're not scattered out all over the place, getting potentially attacked. That'll make people happy. Sensory mechanites. And we can go right back to putting that where it was. Okay. We have sensory mechanites to deal with, so that's a whole lot of fun. I'll be in pain and whining about it constantly for a while. It'll be great. Well, goods trader, love to see it. Probably has some junk to give you real quick. Well, it says high social. Let's say someone who's high social who does not have mechanites or something like that to deal with. I don't. Why not? What do you got going on? Yep. Oh, because the neck injury. I see. I was like, wait, really? Alright. It's like... I was like, wait, what? That's fine. Because we're transhumanists, once we get to the point of the rejuvenation pods and all that kind of nonsense, we'll be more than able to deal with a lot of that. Alright. So with that, go ahead and take these trace. Just go ahead and take all the leather. We're gonna go ahead and sell that. They don't have components for us. We'll go ahead and get rid of the worn and the poor quality clothing. We don't have an immediate need for their food or anything like that, so we're gonna take the cash. Like, if they would have had components for me, I would have absolutely taken them, but I'm just gonna take their money. Yeah, so a whole bunch of people are having break risks and all that because of just general nonsense. And we were trying to convert you. You can work in Conrad instead. And the reason I'm saying working in Conrad instead in this particular case is Conrad as a child is much easier to sway. Bills, make kibble. Do it until you have 1,000. Now just be where we put our meat. There's like, I'm impressionable. Yep. I just need you to wake up so I can impressionable you. There we go. Oh, also, before I forget, assign Conrad no drugs. Oh, I see. We have this still hasn't been adjusted. Get the defaults here. That way they only use the glitter world when I tell them. I do see we got a little bit of time left in that. I'm going to get some kibble made. Has little Porky been drawing on the floor to learn? Yep. That's what they do. They seem to really like to do that in freezers for some reason. I mean, it's not actually a freezer yet. But that's what's intended to become. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to finishing that extension to the perimeter. That then again, I'm going to tear down this wall at that point. We'll build some more... Probably over here, we'll build some more rooms. I need to build a hospital. So it might even happen is... I don't know where to put the hospital. Like, it's all this... It's the classic... It's the same problem you run into with the swamp. It's just all this marsh I can't build on. I have to, like, work around. Because normally I like to put my hospital, like, right down here. But honestly, I'm half tempted to just wall this off. Make this like a hospital right here. Wouldn't be the worst idea. Because I can put all the beds on one side. Those can go on top of the water. But then the other side, you know, if I wanted to put the research bench and all that and set like sterile floors and whatnot, then that would need to be on the other side. They made a scenario recently where you start with 10 children. I swear it was like, I need to figure this out. If I don't run out of floor space, my floor drawing is prettier. I make the prettiest floor drawing. I'll make the bestest floor drawing ever. Yep. Well, they all have just interests, and they are drawing on all of the floors. That is what is occurring here. We have rare Thrumbo. We'll see if we can manage to tame one. Okay, so we're starting to get kibble. I'll take the goodwill for now. We'll go to our animals, and you are restricted to be indoors. Because otherwise those cats will absolutely be murdered. Nature be metal in this game, and will not stand for their continued existence if it has the opportunity to say anything. Getting real close. So they actually had 4 of the refugees were children, and there's 1 adult. You get that every once in a while. You get 1 adult and some number of children with them. It could be anywhere from like 1 to like... I think the most I've seen is 6. Which is a lot of kids running around. But it's all good. Did one of the children join? Yep. Conrad joined us. That's the reason they're already up to age 11. And we don't have them like fully filled out and what they're gonna do. They have a pretty good base setup though. Alright, so dropping in by transport pods nearby. Assign everyone here. Is it attacks immediately, I assume? Usually it is. Now we're gonna preempt. So all melee, all melee. We keep everyone indoors the attack starts. Hey, sorry, some mage, it's going pretty good. Alright, here we go. So I have a join offer from you. You're a tough body purist with chemical interest. We are transhumanists, so I think I might say no. Though that high int and all that is nice. And I do like tough. But, transhumanist body purist is a tough combo. I'll deal with that later. Nope, we popped a hole in our wall. Second wave coming in. It's always weird when the only adult wants to join and leave the kids to defend themselves. I mean, it's on the RimWorld, they're dragging around like 5 or 6 kids. They're like, look, man, this isn't what I wanted. You're the only survivor. But you're a waster and I don't want your stuff, so you know. Sorry. Take your Gladius, though. You can get the Equa. Because I'm pretty sure you cannot befriend the Wasters, if I recall. Yeah, they're permanently hostile, so there's no point in me even capturing and releasing them. They'll just always hate me forever and always. Okay. I'll definitely want to make these walls thicker here in the future. Alright, detected a mining site nearby. Don't care about that. So this is to build a structure, so I can get a Psi-Link Neoformer. I can get a flat screen TV, get a recon helmet. So they require 139 blocks. The big catch is, where would I build it? You're 6 by 12. Yeah, you'll fit down here. I'm down. Let's get the flat screen. Yeah, it's not like I don't have enough block. Everyone's dealing with their food and entertain themselves. You are all need to be unrestricted, except for you. Alright. Is this another try at a gene experiment? Not specifically. I'm not against doing gene experiments in this one. It's transhumanist. But if we get the tech, I'm down to do some gene experiment stuff as well. Like, we're still pretty early on. We're literally beelining straight to geothermal, since I've got the geothermal vent right here in the middle of my base. And then that way I can get the power online, then we'll get a freezer up, and we'll start filling in, because I'll be like, you know, baby want neuro supercharge. And so we'll deal with that. Alright, I want you to haul this, so we can at least get it queued up. It's flu and cold season, try to get through the illness. Yeah. Let's see, I personally only, at the point of enjoying Royalty, 2 DLCs to go. Gotcha. Yeah, no, Royalty was definitely, I felt, of the DLC, the weakest so far as how much it actually affects the game, but had, like, the coolest weapons and stuff it added. Like, the Zeus Hammer is still my favorite weapon in the whole game. The Zappy Zap Hammer. Wood. 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 Slate. Okay. And for those who don't know, Longclaw, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely worth someone dropping a follow on. Plays a whole bunch of fun stuff there. Nice variety of stuff over there. Looks like the next thing they have on their schedule is Bannerlord with Twitch integration. What happened? The beautiful Mountain Valley base. If you're talking about the beautiful one way back, then it died. I mean, this is my only alive colony we have right now, other than the we did like the thematic like Coral Island one. That one I just kind of set aside. Because like that was mostly me obsessing over Coral Island before it released in 1.0, and it was like a lot to set up each character, which was fun. Like I didn't mind doing it for a couple of streams, but definitely does something I don't want to do on a regular basis. That said, I was kind of sitting there with the idea of maybe because I'm trying to come up with things for like people who do Ko-Fi, who do Patreon, long-term sub channel, coming up with stuff for people to basically earn, unlock, get whatever. And I was actually thinking about for stuff like the for Ko-Fi and Patreon, maybe just do one of those things that like if you're supporting the channel in there, we'll make you a pawn that can be the one that shows up. I think it was the one boom. Oh yeah, no, that one is super dead. Yeah, that one is super dead. I think we just got like straight up lost a fight, like just not even like massively mismaneuvered, just straight on toe-to-toe fight didn't go well. Yeah, no, you know when you get that good of a map, you're totally cursed. That there's no coming back from it. It's like when you play a game and you're like level 5 or 7 out of 100 and you get like this legendary drop or epic drop right away that everyone's jealous of. You know that character's gonna have nothing but bad RNG for the entire rest of the run. It's just how it works. I don't make the rules. Yeah, you can find some pretty awesome tiles. That's one of the reasons why I like the preview thing here. You could sit there and like look at if you're like really not into a tile, you can just move on. Like this tile would actually be pretty rough because all of that is water and marsh. So you'd end up wanting to build your base down there. Because there has been times that's like, oh yeah, we could just try this, like for ice sheet, for example. You're going up the ice sheet and you're like, okay, we can build, like this one's got a mountain. But you'll have one of these that will just, it'll have nowhere you can work with at all. Oh, that's an interesting one. Is that a special terrain? An ice oasis. There's a little growing spot in the middle of the ice sheet. It wouldn't matter. It's frozen year-round. Versus sea ice, which is no rock whatsoever. You got one little patch of water or two. I've debated doing a run where we start off like a normal run, but yeah, no, you can. I've debated doing a run where we start off as a normal run, and at some point we caravan over to sea ice and rebuild our colony on sea ice. Because the thing that makes sea ice so incredibly rough to do anything is there's no rock, there's no trees, you barely get any animals, there's no growable soil. A lot of times they'll have no geothermal to speak of. So it is very much, if you don't set things up correctly, you go there and you die. It's the same thing with Extreme Desert. If we actually look at Extreme Desert tile, so this is probably Extreme Desert down here. No, it's just desert. We need the Extreme Desert. We need the Scary Desert. Here we go. Yeah, so you go to Extreme Desert. These ones actually have some rock on it. But you can have some of these that have like no real rock on them. And there's just nothing you can do. Like none of it's growable. Even if you dig into the rock, you'll still get heat stroke just during the day, not even heat wave. And there's like no trees. So even running a passive cooler is rough. And like your people genuinely start like cooking in the kitchen and get heat stroke constantly. Like in a lot of ways, I find Extreme Desert harder than Ice Sheet, and then Sea Ice harder than both of them. You did Sea Ice, and the first two runs were quite boring because you usually just huddle up in your little hut. Once you got some proper walls, though, enemies just freeze to death and deliver you free loot. Yep. So you get robots. And then you get robots, and then things get bad. I want to keep things listed on for hunting. Because I do have one person who is dedicated hunter. So that, I think it's Bongspill here. That way we can just keep building up that shooting skill. And, you know, getting meat and all that so we can keep making kibble and yada yada yada. I think for the kibble, let's go and be smart about this. Details. Only the, Oh. Yeah, only the hay and the meat. And such. You done, sea ice, but that was even before ideology. Yeah, sea ice is tricky. Usually it's you find a geyser and you build the tiniest little block you can get away with around it. And just, if it walks on the map, you murder it because you need it to eat. Like, one little rabbit shows up on the map, you beeline to that rabbit, you kill it immediately and bring its corpse back to, like, right outside your door. And just make, like, a little box for it to sit in as soon as you get the materials. And you do that for your first couple of years. Because there's, like, nothing to build on in the map. So you usually try and just get a research bench going. So your character just idles researching all day long, every day, and then kills anything on the map and runs back home real quick. You can't afford to take on any additional pawns, like, anytime soon, because you have no means of getting food. And you pretty much do that until you get, like, either hydroponics, or nowadays you can, well, actually you wouldn't be able to do fungus, because it's not heavy mountain overhead. But, you basically, honestly, just do that till you have hydroponics, probably. And then once you get hydroponics, then you can sit there and turn around, you box in a room with your hydroponics and all that. You know, and just do what you can to power it. That said, sea ice, it's even hard to get the steel and the components and everything. You gotta trade for it. Once you get hydroponics online, things start to shape up pretty quick. Comparatively speaking. Pods arrived. Flat screen TV. Don't worry, we'll have power someday. I just want the TV to not be sitting out where it'll get stolen. Yeah, no, you have the same thing with Ice Sheet too, where you'll have your base, and like half the caravans, if they show up at all, will just, they'll walk in and they'll immediately, once they get to like the standing spot, they'll immediately be like leaving due to, you know, dangerous temperature. Almost everyone who comes in with a raid, like, they're already several layers deep hypothermic. TV provides some beauty. I actually don't know. Does it provide beauty? I don't think it does. I mean, compared to the dirt floor, you'd think it provides something. Yeah, when it showed up, it was just basically free meat at your front door. Yeah, you just had to either like make enough of a path or something that they couldn't quite get there. But half the time you didn't have to worry about that. Like, even if they got to the point where they could fight you, they were so badly off, you could just kind of finish what you were doing. Alright, so now we're up to... So it's 6 again. So 6, 6, 3, 6, 3, 6, 2. Those all go 5, because that adds up to 6. Need 2 spots of bridge there. Then get that all built up. Alright. So much hay grass. I probably shouldn't be storing it in there. It'll be fine. As the animal population picks up, the hay grass shouldn't build up as much because I will be feeding him more and more of it. Okay, and active, we've got the loyal cats for 17 days, the survivors for 3 days. You don't care about the other stuff to attack. Alright. We can go after the relic nearby. I'm not gonna, like, I usually don't worry about the relic until I got an ideology room, and then I can start putting the effort in then. Because then once I get the relic, you know, I want to set it up on a reliquary and all that. There's no point in building it till you're farther along. So that's 8 by 22. I believe that's right. Let's double check that before they actually start building. So you've got 6. Goes down 1, then there's the hall. So it'll be like this, and that. 5. Yep, we're right. Cool. And take that spot out, and that spot out, and this one, and that one. Okay. You almost never had to do anything. 9 times out of 10, by the time they got within fire range, they were already so deep into hypothermia they just died. They'd maybe get 1 shot, 2 if they were well clothed. Melee fighters I just wrote off as dead because they would never make it to your door alive. Yeah, I think when I did Ice Sheet, all I did was I kind of just... It wasn't even like a trap mage, just made a zigzag. So if they were a breacher, they would go up to the wall, and yeah, but they might get through like the first block and then to drop dead from hypothermia. But most of the others, by the time they got into the zigzag, they would die in the zigzag. That was the other one that was super rough, is just keeping your own character alive with the cold. You had to like build like right in the geothermal, and you just kind of open and close the door as needed. Because you kept the door closed the whole time, it'd get to hundreds of degrees and your character would get hurt. But if you kept the door open the whole time, they'd freeze to death. So it's like this constant juggle of open the door, close the door, open the door, close the door. Until you got heaters and geothermal and all that up. But that can be like months and months and months in game into the run. Well, 9 months, like years into the run before you get that far. Because you have to get enough material to trade with people to get the steel and components you need. If you're doing sea ice. And Ice Sheet, sometimes you get enough materials on your map to do it. But just basically research to get your geothermal and your hydroponics up as soon as you can. But like once you get 1 or 2 hydroponic basins, that's usually enough to keep 1 pawn alive. Like without too much of a trouble. And then you can have one of those be, I think, is it fiber corn? And it means you at least get to very slowly build your base. And that's kind of like try and hold out for the deep drill and then deep drill. And once you have deep drill, it's just like a normal base. It just takes a little longer to build. Alright. We've got that going. That'll be our more bedrooms. Because once we get those, we can take these apart. We are getting close to winter again. I still don't have my geothermal learned yet. We're getting there. But once I get geothermal up, we can put heaters in this place, and that'll help. Because then you don't have to worry about all this other nonsense. Visitors have something to trade. You got components and all that down there. The good news is we actually have an okay amount of, considering how little rocks, we actually have a decent amount of steel and components on our map. More than I was expecting. Okay. So take our Warren Cloths, take our Wake Up. Take the Warren Capes. Give me your components. An incendiary launcher can actually be fun. It won't work too well because we're using a that'll be fine. Alright, gift. We'll gift you those clothing. And a side tee to go with it. Oh, I see. Just someone haul it. Alright. So, I've lost my train of thought with all that. Yep, train of thought is gone. It's derailed. It's gone forever. Alright. Right, so we need to, you are saying dangerous temperatures? It is alright, dangerous temperatures. Okay, so close that door, open these two. We're just gonna assume we're gonna get that power in line in time. Get those in place. Alright, so I'm just assuming we're gonna get the geothermal researched here really soon. Because if we can manage to get that, we can build that real fast, and then this makes this not a problem. Because otherwise, get everyone back in that room again. And I really don't want to. But so you didn't need to do the maze of the sea ice. It was just let them come. Most died before they got close to do anything anyways. I just made a few heated huts around the map so I could keep my colonists safe traveling across the map. Otherwise, I had to micro all their travel more than a certain distance of the base. Yeah, it's not to like super late that you don't have to worry about as much. Go back in here, Porky. Oh, tailoring bench, where are you? I need to add children's clothes. Add kids pants, kids parka, kid shirt, kid romper. Get all of those set up. So that the kids don't die from freezing to death. How much longer are they here? 1 day. Alright, so you only have to deal with the other kids for 1 day, and then we'll have just Khan right here. So that's good news, because I was thinking, alright, do I need to give them all individual outfits to deal with the cold? Don't allow that for now. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, more floor drawing for you. Yep. Sunlight sensitivity. We need to get you... I know you're not technically a night owl, but you're going to behave like one. Because you have sunlight sensitivity. I forgot about that. Because you're a mole person. Alright, we're getting there. That's fine. Oh, right, you still have the mechanite sensory things. Alright. Hey, the Rogue Fae, how's it going? Ginger be like, I'm a mole person as well. It happens. Sometimes you just gotta mole people. Alright, so getting all these clothes made and all that. Probably sending cookies finding time. Oh, it's probably... Oh, wait, we're about to hit the end of the season, so let's get what we can. Because that's all gonna die from freezing soon. You have a Canadian snow tan. It's just all the light reflecting off that snow. It's just enough to give you a tan. Alright. So Cookie's pulling up all the potatoes they can before that. Snowbirds are worse than sunburns. We got the Rogue Fade decreasing the cost of winning Twitch, bringing that down. Little by little. It'll get there someday, maybe. Alright, we've got attacks, immediately attack. All ranged this time. Not super thrilled about that. Because they're not really set up well to flank. We should get set up well to flank, but we're not there yet. Oh, you are supposed to be restricted inside. Everyone area 1. Get inside if you can. Stop hitting that door. What storytell difficulty is this? That is bad timing for you refugees. You really should reconsider. We are on Cassandra. I believe we're only on Adventure Builder. Normally I play on Strive to Survive. But people really wanted to see a run just get done because normally I do all sorts of gimmicky challenges. We're absolutely going to hit these refugees. They chose the wrong time to decide it's time to go. Alright, we're good. Okay, so schedule. Everyone else is off restriction, and you're good. In the meantime, we were going to give you a ranged weapon. You don't really have a whole lot to pick from, but it is in fact a ranged weapon, because eventually Conrad is going to become a melee pawn as well. And Goob's just been filling in because I was like, alright. So we got a Mad Elk. Deal with that in just a moment. Grab all of you again. Drop you here. Grab our 2 melee pawns, bring them in. Quest completed. They actually got off the map alive, which kind of... Oh, yeah. Oh, you're gonna break it anyways. Get it done. The kill box is slightly too long. It won't be a problem once we get our better weapons, but... Slightly too long for what I do have. Alright. Yeah, normally I play Strive to Survive. In the past, I've done much harder settings as well. But, I don't really do that much these days. Like, I used to do, like, the 500% naked brutality, ice sheet, yada yada yada, but... Your bases all kind of feel the same after a while when you do that. Because you get forced into, like, min-maxing your designs, like, is your bed in the right orientation for the place to maximize efficiency, and... That kind of gameplay, it gets pretty exhausting after a while. I enjoy a challenge. I don't really want to. You never gone that far? Yeah. It's, like, really RimWorld does very much pressure you when you're going for, like, the extreme difficulties, that you kind of have to, abuse the AI as much as you can make happen. Animal disease, plague, and the Muffalo. Well, good luck, Muffalo. The cats are still here for 14 days. Can the cats handle the temperature? What is your range, cat? Oh, you can handle minus 13. Yeah, you're good. All right. Does it usually do random to strive to survive? You usually end up getting wiped out on your first wiped out after I finish the tech tree. Yeah, for me, with a lot of strive to survive, like when I do it, I usually do challenges. Like we have one where I max out the pollution and I give myself a ridiculous number of restrictions I'm not allowed to do. And usually it's around the time that, like on the tech tree when I'm doing that, usually it's around the time I'm getting to like fabrication that something goes down. But because like with the pollution thing, your base building goes extremely slowly. Just because you can't have your people walking around the pollution. And I don't let myself have people immune to it. I'm not allowed to ship it off the tile or whatever. So it's usually the early game, everything just crawls along. Until I reach the point that, until I reach the point that I have power and AC and all that set up. And then I can start putting stuff into the freezer, which lets me expand quite a bit faster. How do you put the names of the field? If you do exclamation mark mods, I think it's something like labels on floors, I think the name of the mod. Yeah, labels on floor. It will auto-assign it what it considers. It's like, this is considered a rec room because it has recreational activities. That's considered barrack because it has multiple beds in it. So it's not perfect. Like, if I make the room that's like a rec room, a dining room, and a temple, who knows what label's going to end up on the floor. But it's cool. I like it. It's also nice for telling where some of these growing areas are. Yeah, prison architect mode. The only difference being prison architect, you'd actually go in and say, this is your visitation room. Alright. So you can give me a masterwork bow and a low shield pack, which is the one-time use one. I don't feel like caravanning. Especially in the winter when it's so cold that we're going to get hypothermia. Alright. So we did manage to get most of those potatoes up before it got too cold. And so now we're basically manually feeding the buffalo. Here, let's go and shrink this. So we could keep stockpiling the food on the floor for him. Alright. Slept in the cold and all that. But like right at the end of researching geothermal. So we can get that geothermal done. What else do you do here, Spencer? Ah, that's right. Spencer also splits their time with cooking. Alanorama can make the cooking happen, so let's back Spencer off of the cooking and leave that up to Alanorama. So that way Spencer gets more research time in, because I really want to get that geothermal online. Because then we can start pulling up all this. Once I get those rooms built, I'm also going to try and double up the walls on this side. How are all you doing? You had plague. You're immune. You're immune. You're about to be immune. So they're fine with the plague. We're not doing a ritual that involves sacrificing humans. Sorry. I'm gonna have to sit there and say a no on that one. Just not gonna make the cut, friend. A daze because you observed a rotting corpse. That's fine. Alright, Cookie is helping Hall because there's not a whole lot else for them to do right now. Come on, you're right there. And some of them have enough clothes that they can handle the cold temperatures, but we're not quite that way with everyone yet. Did you get... Yeah, you got frostbite. Oh, here. Close these doors. We had them open before because it was hot enough it mattered. You're alright. You're almost there, Spencer. What are you doing? Resting? I really wanted to force you through that, but that's okay. That's the reason I haven't rearranged everyone. It's like, we're right here, I'm going to knock down the geothermal, and just that fast, we will have heat for these rooms, and these rooms will be fine. And then we can go ahead and run power over to this room as well. We can get that started, actually. All right. Like right there, we're less than 100, like we're about 100, not less than, we're about 100 research from what we need there. Just trying to push over the finish line. No, you got hypothermia. Go back out there. And then try again. All right. Then the next move after that will probably be the air conditioning. Will be, I think, the next one. How close are you? You like right there, right there? That's fine. Go rest, eat one more time. You'll get in the next day. Is this still the Coral Island RimWorld one? No, I didn't end up going back to that one right away. Still a huge fan of Coral Island and all that, but that definitely was me just having fun with the Coral Island thing. I don't know, just didn't feel a reason to like revisit it type deal. Let's make sure none of this in here... Like, it's still alive and all that. Yeah, make sure... Yeah, a few items to trade. I can worry about you in a minute. You've got 3 bows in that group. No, that's the schedule. Restrict everyone inside. Probably a mild hypothermia by the time they get in here. But yeah, no, we had fun with that. It's mostly I didn't want to have to go to like where I had to like dev mode and set stuff and do the next thing and like go like, you know, each character like having to go through the customization. Like it was kind of a fun thing to do as a one-off. I don't think I'd want to do it on any significant time investment. Oh yeah, Goob, you're also part of that. Just because it is one of those things that's like, oh, got a character, let me spend 10 minutes making them like the art character. So it was fun, but I feel like it's not one of those ones to like keep going back to. Why are you doing that? It's snowing. Stop it. All right. Alright, so you're dealing with that. We should be plenty fine with what's here. As I recall, the imps... Yeah, the imps can never be friendly, so... Now I'm gonna worry about it. Alright, so we've got them all assigned. Spencer's still warming up in here. Okay, have all those worn out bows laying on the ground. And the cold quality bowler hat. And the ambrosia. I'll take those components. And you can have... a bunch of these meals. Or not the meals, a bunch of the other stuff. We're gonna go to gift. Let's just go ahead and say you can have 70 minus 78. I said minus. Why are you this way? Oh, it literally is. I just need to go 78. There we go. Now go back inside. Alright, we almost got them fully recovered. I'm busy. Give me a minute. So crash land here. And we can get reputation. Low psychic drone, serious pain for the mechanites. Thanks for stacking these things. Alright, so time to grab all of you. Scooch on over here. And grab you two and have you ready in case we need you. Okay, so we got 2 melee pawns are showing up, so let's go ahead and just step out from over here. All right. Cool. So I've got that sorted. And poor Spencer there has not managed to get a recreation in their schedule in a while. Just because they keep getting to the point that array recreation, and then hypothermia means they gotta chuck him back in this room. So they don't freeze to death. It's right there. I only have 27 more. If we get some rest on them, I can just have Spencer prioritize knock it out. In fact, let's just... Cannot prioritize a long-term research task. Why can I not prioritize that? It's fine, they'll get there. Okay. A Muffalo is self-tamed. Cool. Alright, we don't need a Scarified. Some good RimWorld? Yep. So get your food. It's fine. Relax socially, get your warmth up a little bit for being inside there. Oh, right, you also have sensory mechanites. That's the other reason it's taking time. You're just having to run to go get treated again and again. Cool. They'll get there. So the sensory mechanites cause serious pain, which is the thing that's causing us one of the problems right now, is because serious pain is a pretty significant mood debuff. And there's not a whole lot you can do to counter it. Inspired recruitment. Doesn't matter, I don't have anyone I'm recruiting right now. Okay, so psychic drone's over. That's one thing that'll help us. This research is right about to be done, which will also help us. Because then I can make the geothermal power right there. Come on, please hurry. You're like right there. Cool. Okay, next up, air conditioning. Go. Alright. And with that, we can go power, geothermal. Plunk you down right there. Building the geothermal power first. Spencer, on the other hand, you need to get back over here. Or you get too much injury going on. Okay. Why are you not building that? That's... When I say build it, I mean build it, not carry a singular component to it and then stop there. Wait, missing steel? Did I not... Do I not have the steel for that? Well, that sucks. I thought it said none all that steel. So work, we've got... Yeah, Illicit will mine. Tantrum in the room, that's fine. Hey, Chris, I'm doing alright. How about yourself? Please stop breaking things in their room. Please stop breaking all the power conduit. Please stop breaking your side table. Wow, those tantrums are lasting long for you. Unfortunately, they broke the power cables that lead to the heaters. Fortunately, they already got them queued up to rebuild. Alright, so we got Conrite converted, so that's one bit of good news. So I'm hoping they pulled up enough steel here, they'll be able to get this built. Are you dual streaming? Yeah, so I'm streaming to YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. Twitch is my primary platform, though. Working a 4-hour shift and trolling. Hypothermia on Spencer, no surprise. Nope, you're not done yet. Yep, now usually if they, if someone will say something that, like, they'll ask a question, I'll usually repeat the question, but when someone's just asking, like, how are you and hello, I'll usually just say hello and then name of person. Just because it'd be a little weird to sit here and be like, you know, Chris says hello. Hello, Chris. Feels a little weird to do that one. All right. I'm trying desperately to get them to build that geothermal generator. Who else does construction? Nope. Go on here. You're about to freeze. Tending to Smiffles? Oh, sensory mechanites. Man, sensory mechanites are the worst because you get treated. It's not a percent thing. You just have to, like, wait for it to be done. Like, there's no shortcutting it. You just have to wait it out. And the whole time people are like, I'm in pain. Just start with RimWorld. Any tips? One of the things that'll get you in trouble is when you're looking, if we go to this graph down here, you see a little thing, looks like a book that says history in the graph. This is your colony wealth. The bigger this gets, the worse things that are going to attack you. So you'll have the temptation to like build up this giant base super fast. You don't want to do that. Because what will happen is eventually you will get to the point that, you know, you get these tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher and tougher attacks that you're just not ready for. You want to kind of grow your base at a steady cadence versus letting it kind of leapfrog. Yep. Yeah, it starts small, grow slowly. Take your time. Cool, we have power. So now this area in here should start warming up to a reasonable temperature. And with that, we could also go over here. Plop down a heater in these two rooms. And I'll probably need 2 heaters as well. Let's go furniture. Standing light. Standing light. So standing light there. Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. Don't have the mods turned on. Don't have the DLC turned on when you start. Especially the DLC thing, because all those DLC, they take the base game and they add an extra layer, and they add an extra layer, and they add an extra layer kind of thing. And a lot of that's taking what is the base game and kind of finagling it to work a little bit different. So if you don't know how the base game works, you start changing all the rules to the thing that don't know how it works. You get where that's going. It's gonna cause you a bit of grief. Alright, so that's going alright. We're starting to get our heaters on. Yeah, jumping into the DSL active can be really overwhelming. Oh yeah. Because like it's hard to get an understanding of how things work because every third character has rules like difference in how they work because of the ideology or whatever. You love my use of the geothermal? Hey, Kildrix. How's it going? Can I get a shout out for Kildrix? Yeah, no, we've been doing the whole shuffle of like open the outside door to let the heat out, close the inside doors when it's too hot, and doing that whole juggle. But Kildrix was also playing RimWorld earlier today. May have been lurking over there a little bit, but definitely someone to check out if you're looking for some RimWorld. But yeah, no, it's the classic. No problem. Kill Legend. But yeah, so we're just getting things set up here. Just now getting that. Thanks for the tips. Just got electricity. Gotcha. One thing to avoid is running your electricity right through the middle of your farm if you can help it. There's a event called Bzzzt that makes it like pop in a big area of a fire. And basically the more power you have stored on your network, so the more batteries, the bigger the pop. If you run it right through the middle of a very well-grown field and you get this big blast of fire, that's all of your crops on fire with lots of flammable stuff around it. So, like you see where this is skirting kind of around it. I could have gone this way and up, but instead I went around the other way to try and, if we have a Bzzzt event, it'll just blast on dirt, you know, catch the potatoes in the corner or something. Like, you shouldn't go, like, if, for example, I had this building here and another building here, and this is all mountain on both sides, and it was solid grass. Like, it shouldn't go, like, out and around the mountain and, like, that. Like, don't go out of that effort. But, you know, go around the edge to, like, minimize that. Well, I mean, my entire base is wood for the most part, because I'm surrounded by marsh. And there's very little stone on my map. So we're making do. I mean, at this point, I actually have the blocks. I should just replace them. I just haven't bothered. Because in a second, I'm going to tear down that wall once we get this set of rooms up here. Okay, so now we've actually got heaters in here. It's time to do the door shuffle. So that door goes like this. These doors go like that. Let's have you go poke the outside door. Okay. And build 11 by 11s? Oh, I don't like anything that gets like min-max strategies around. Like this is the this is the perfect room size. You get these buffs. I don't bother with any of that myself. It's always been my standpoint. If I have to get to that level of min-maxing, then I don't want to play the game anymore. Huh. I was expecting one heater to be enough for that. Oh well. When one isn't enough, we can use two. Yeah, min-maxing has killed gaming. I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but there's definitely a thing to say that going heavy on the min-max will cause a sorts of problem. Get out of here, man. Megasloth's just chilling in this room. Alright, we're gonna close these two doors. There. Don't let it in anymore. You're all good, Zoeside. I was gonna say I wouldn't say it goes as far as killing gaming or anything like that. But there's definitely a thing that a lot of the min-maxing results in really, really, really heavy backseating. It can also get very obnoxious depending on what people are doing. Why is there a corpse down here? Is there no way to play? Like, people want to enjoy it? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's kind of what... So, that's the reason I said it doesn't kill gaming. There's a place for min-maxing. Like, a game like Factorio, people min-maxing makes sense. But, it is definitely one of those things when it comes to min-maxing that you get a lot of backseating, a lot of that kind of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was just double checking. It's like, I'm actually following you, right? It's like, yeah, I'm following. I had that momentary, I wasn't sure if I was. It's like, I was pretty sure. Oh no, one second, I gotta move this chat box because the window's small for my prompter. Oh no, come on, let me... Where did chat go? Okay. I have a prompter and I have to like shrink my chat to put it on there. But I have the oh come on, stop moving. I have the issue where oh no, it's just stuck at the top. Because I have the pinned message, it's covering up the X to get rid of where I popped your window up. There we go, I got it. I found a workaround. Put you back up there. Make you the right size again. There you go. Yeah, no, but I enjoyed hanging out earlier. The forecast day. It ruins a lot of the fun. The game becomes stress. Like I said, I wouldn't agree. Like, if you're someone who doesn't enjoy min-maxing, then yes. But I wouldn't say inherently min-maxing is that necessarily a problem. Now, it is a problem when a game's entire culture becomes min-maxing, where you kind of can't get away from it. That's ruined a bunch of games. That like you try and stream it, and then just every time it's like, streamer, did you know that if you have 6 refineries, mathematically you need to have this level, you should only be using inserter 1s, and then in your inserter 1s, you should go and have this many things processing it into steel. It's like, I could do the math, yes, but also I don't have to. I could just put too much into the system, and it waits. It doesn't break anything. But it's the backseating thing that gets real bad about it. All right. Like I've had people like, I'll make my rooms like this, and they'll be like, "Why are you making that? This is a terrible design." I'm like, "Uh-huh. Yeah, I know. I'm cutting four tiles out of this room. I'm making it smaller. That technically is a negative. But hear me out. I'm tired of rectangles. I'm just tired of rectangles." I've had people go like, "Streamer, your bed is back here. Everyone knows it is more efficient to put your bed right here." It's like, good, I'm leaving my bed where I have it. I don't care. If I have to min-max a game that the bed orientation in the room is a deal breaker, I don't want to play the game anymore. Like, it can be fun to min-max, and I have min-maxed. In Factorio, there was times I did put the effort in to do that. There's also times I just went, well, I'm not going to min-max this. I'm just going to ram another 10 miners on here. Who cares that they're only working at 60% capacity because if it's not enough? I'll ram down 10 more, so we'll just keep going with it. Because I also don't speedrun either. It's just not my interest playstyle-wise. Yeah, so those rooms are all fine. That room's doing okay. But everyone knows that when a bed is close to the wall, is way better and comfy than what's in the middle of the room. It's not feng shui when you put it in the middle of the room. We got to make sure it's feng shui, right? Oh, I'm probably out of wood. Now I'm paying attention to that. Yeah, and I had a big pile of wood, which is why I wasn't even thinking about it. That's fine, we can go chop down all these trees. Number says, it depends on the game for you. Sometimes you just want to have fun, sometimes you want it's all the minor details. Yeah, that's kind of what it's going. Like, a game like Factorio really leans you in towards min-maxing kind of designs. There's, what is the... It's like TS100 or TS1000. So, like, the programming kind of games, like, literally it gives you scores based on min-maxing. When you play games like Portal, they'll have the achievements. They're like, okay, finish this entire map with using only 3 portals. And that can be a lot of fun to do that. But, it is a thing that settlement builder, city builder style games, they kind of live in this middle area where there's a certain amount of min-maxing and all that kind of thing. Alright, I was literally going out there to kill a bear, but I guess we're going to kill a bunch of waste rats instead. Cool game. Yep, now I've got that one number. The lazy achievement for Factorio. Thanks, Fox. Fox rolling up MVP, just going here. I got two of those rats for you. Oh, going for another. Fox is just carrying the day. Yeah, no, it's an achievement. Like I said, I actually have that achievement. It's one round. It was you could only make so many things, you know, quote unquote, in your pocket. I can't remember. It was a small amount. It's basically you had a little bit of leg room. 111. Yeah, I did it way back at like right after Factorio released. But yeah, so you make just a handful of things that you're absolutely required to make out of your pocket just to get things going. And then you have to make absolutely everything else through automation. Which all it means is you basically make sure you don't click to construct things out of your pocket and you just build what they refer to as a mall at the beginning. Ranch chicken strip sandwich. Sounds good. Me and Toom already ate. I'm actually kind of got a case of the munchies. Like, it was good food, but now I'm kind of hungry again. What's with the light artifacting? That's probably on your end. Have you tried refreshing? Could be a connection issue. I'm not seeing it on my mod computer or on OBS. I'm not dropping frames or anything like that. I'm pretty sure you won't defend yourself, Fox. Just constant little bits of frostbite. Know the lighting. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, am I getting a little bit up here? It could be just the lighting's different in the house. I need to adjust OBS. I'll try and watch for it. Webcam, it's grainy. Doesn't look grainy to me. Like, I'm trying to watch for it, but I'm not seeing it. It is on your end too? Like, when you're saying grainy, is it like I'm pixelated, or... It's fine for you? Gotcha. Huh. I don't really care about your rewards here. Not offering me anything I care about. There's a little shimmering. Like there's sand all over your picture. That's so weird. It's like the webcam's feeling. That's so weird because I'm not seeing that on either of my stuff here. So I'm wondering if there's something going on with that. So okay, well let's take a poke at the camera. Let's see if we can figure out what's going on with this. I am seeing a little bit of a shimmer above me. So let's try and adjust that. Okay. It's like you're giving off a reflection. All right. So I've adjusted it so I'm not seeing the shimmer that was above me. Yeah, that's the thing. Like these descriptions, like I get that they're saying it's grainy. I'm not personally seeing it. I mean, the shirt, for the record, the shirt isn't black. The shirt, it's like partially black, but it does have like a pattern into it. So yeah, no, this shirt, if we actually look at the fabric on here, it's not black. It's actually got like a speckle to it. So I think it's just because it's actually like a really dark gray, like a patterned thing, but it's just a faint pattern. So I think that's where you're getting where it like looks grainy. It's the camera, just like the pixelation is not handling it. The microphone, I can't really speak for much with that. I think I see what you're talking about. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to. No, so you're saying the green screen is shimmering? Like, I get it's a green screen setting. I'm just not observing what's being said. Let's slow this down so the game is at least still going. It also doesn't help me that when I'm trying to do half the stuff, the preview is hard to see. Okay, but make my preview absolutely gargantuan. Oh, it seems like when I lean back, it does it when I lean forward. Alright, so smoothness isn't affecting that at all. So crank that way up, it makes things worse. If I crank it way down, I get a shimmer above me. Like now the green screen is just bleeding through. We might just be living with it, unfortunately. It's kind of one of those things. I don't have autofocus turned on my camera. Yeah, no, I see it. I think it's just one of those things we're gonna have to live with, because if I turn it down enough that we're like the shimmering starts going down the clothing. Like you can see where this is starting to get a highlight here. So I don't think there's a happy middle ground without like really just changing all the lightings. Looks like something called Deliver Us to the Moon or Surviving Mars. Can't remember which you played. Oh, this looks like that. All right. I can try... One of the things I could usually do that. One of the things I could possibly do to fix this is make it brighter. Alright, so I think that might help. It just makes it way brighter. I feel like that's what's happening, is just over time I'm just gradually making my lights brighter and brighter and brighter, and then turning down what you see and making it darker and darker and darker, so that, like, the lights are brighter on me. Like, you can see how much of a shadow I get from the light now. Part of that's not helping is this light probably needs to be replaced. Okay. Do you have a light behind you? So right now I'm dealing with, I got one light in front of me here, and I've got my old umbrella light over here, because I used to have two umbrella lights that poked behind me and not at me. But the one burned out, like it just literally midstream one day started making horrible noises and the light went out. I'm like, okay, you're done. And the other one's trying its best. But I've got the one light in front of me here. Maybe it's because there's too much difference between the dark and the bright parts of things in camera. Like, dark parts are almost black and bright ones are almost white. The camera's freaking. You mean the difference? Well, did me turning up the brightness on the light help? Because I'm having problems seeing it because of, like, how small things are on my screen here. It did? Gotcha. Alright. And it's fun. You don't make any changes to any of these things, and then one day it's a problem and one day it's not. It's just how this works. Change nothing, everything changes. The effect is still there, but it's much better. Okay. Alright, well, thanks, game. I'm trying to get people to go inside where they get warm. What's your biggest headache? So, lighting hasn't been that big. Audio's been a huge pain. Like, every once in a while, like, it's only like once every couple of months I usually have to, like, tweak the lighting of the green screen. I mean, so, yeah, normally you want the background here to be as consistently lit as possible to have the same green so you don't get the shimmer and all that. Like, one of the things I would like to get, if I had just money to throw around, is nowadays you can get green screens where the screen itself has backlighting to the green screen. So you don't have to worry about any of the lighting around here. It will always be consistent because I'm not playing with random research. I have to actually choose research. Let's see, just purchased a Sony... oh yeah. Alright, so what are we gonna do now? I'm gonna actually go for... Let's go for the smithing so we can get the machining going so we can get our helmets and all that. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, they're pretty slick that they make it where it's a green screen, it's got enclosed lighting in it, and just all that. They were showing them off at TwitchCon. Oh, you were way out there for being that cold. But they're showing them off at TwitchCon and all that. But yeah, because it's all backlit, you don't have to worry about the lights pointing at it. It's going to be consistently the same brightness. Like, you could make it too bright, like putting light against it after it's backlit. But, like, it'll be fine with that. But it's one of those things. It's not... Chris going, it's not the lighting, it's your sunny disposition. But yeah. It's, that'd be a thing. What's your camera, by the way? The camera I'm using is the Elgato face cams. I used to have the Logitech, whatever the crap it was. I gave up the green screen and enjoy streaming in pitch dark instead of staring at all those lights. Fair. A grizzly bear, please be... Okay, so you've got a lot of water between you, so we can go like this. Oh, is that bear trying to run interception? That is not what you want. You should pay attention to what you're doing. Shoot it more. Shoot it more. Shoot it more, please. Okay, thank goodness. Alright. That was almost really bad. Well, the Megasloth dealt with. I forgot that Megasloth is even up there. I'm like, alright, let's get them all set, because with this being it's hunting us, our people won't attack it until it's actually aggroed like that. So that's one reason they use the allow tool to say draft hunt, so I can just get them and be like, alright, the moment it gets in range, just start shooting. Okay, problem solved. And you can all be unrestricted again. Alright. Man, that's I've debated switching up to not using the green screen anymore, like giving that a go. But man, I gotta do a complete, like, I gotta tear stuff out of this room before I do that. Not like construction tear stuff out of this room. Just, you know, figure out where I'm putting the green screen, go back here, like clean up the room to be presentable and all that. Because this is this is my office, so I do have a lot of stuff that's kind of piled all over the place in here. Alright, so we already have a doctor on it. Good to know. Don't be afraid of shadows. Yeah, I'm not afraid of the shadows or anything like that. It is one of those things I've debated. One of the downsides of not using the green screen is I lose this space, like so far as screen real estate. Alright. Oh, it's for the cats. Go get people loaded up. We've seen a lot in your room already. Nothing scared about? Well, it's nothing like that. It's just, you want it to be presentable for new people who pop in. You just don't want it to be a mess. It's your cosmic aura giving off rays of life to get your viewers. I feel like that's being laid on a little thick. Cool, so we got a bunch of standings. Machine Shrine Desired. Look, man, I'm still trying to build rooms. Give me a minute. Oh, and the reason the doors are off-centered is because the beds are centered. The curse of a bed taking up 2 tiles and a door taking up 1 tile. Alright, new restriction. No one's leaving the home zone. I'm tired of you all going out there and getting hypothermia. Alright, well, let's grab you. You're unhappy because you're out in the daylight, even though I have my schedule, so you shouldn't be out. Well, that's not good for a child to do. Oh, you're just wandering. Okay. I was all ready to fight. Yeah, so just home zoning everyone for right now, because they can't quite run around everywhere out there without getting too cold, so we'll just deal with it. Meanwhile, let's go power and get that started to run. Alright, Conrad is an adult now. Alright, so I guess you're taking medical and you'll take tough. Cool. And so you just became our new melee pawn. Congratulations. Yeah, I can leave it like that. So you'll help with research as able. I also forgot Gooberish wasn't converted yet. Get working on that. You're not familiar with Elgato Tech, but in my region, there's a Logitech C920 and the Sony A6400. Even for lower viewer count streamers out there, the majority of streamers lives off donation, not subs and ads. It's crazy. Sometimes it feels like even more dangerous than casinos. What? I'm missing some kind of context there. So you have the camera, watching Twitch, and it's crazy. Sometimes feels like it's even more dangerous than casinos. Yeah, I'm really confused. Oh, do you mean like people buying hardware, like buying hardware that they can't, financially support kind of thing? Is that the intention? Sorry, I'm confused. Oh, people dumping a lot of mic, yeah. So I actually have a Logitech C920, or I think it's a C920. It may have been the predecessor to that one, that I got through my past job, and it was one of those things that just kept being a problem again and again and again. Like I would have to, because it's like every single time I'd bring it up, it'd reset its zoom and everything. And it was just kind of one of those things that, it was one of those things that was like they were reporting, yeah, it's a known issue. And I'm like, look, man, every single stream, I'm not fixing the zoom on my camera. Every single stream. That is not a thing I'm doing. And then there's a whole lot of thing. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's more hobby. Some people confuse streamer with a friend. So there's two parts to that. Like on one hand, I like to make friends and all that. At the same time, you do realize it is a parasocial thing where I obviously haven't met anyone here. Oh, that's not true. I haven't met many of you in person. So there is an imbalance there that you see me pop on camera like all day, every day, regularly kind of thing. But at the same time, it's not that you can't make friends with content creators. Just the same, there is the money part of it, which definitely complicates things. But just the same as, for example, I can have a buddy who runs a sandwich shop and I can go to the sandwich shop and get food. It doesn't mean because there is money involved that isn't, intrinsically that can't be a friendship as well. That said, there are other content creators I do consider my friends on the platform. There are people who I know of you who I do consider friends as well, but it goes beyond just watching and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's a tricky one. Like, it's like, honestly, the viewer-streamer relationship is kind of tricky, because people have different areas. Yeah, no, that absolutely I agree with. Now we're saying you shouldn't expect that, like, them and this would be the streamer. You shouldn't expect a content creator to become a friend. That's it. It's fine to be, but not necessarily. No promises. Agreed. That is one thing that does become a problem, is you will have people who they donate to the channel and then expect, special treatment, or that they can get away with stuff that people don't donate and such and whatever. And you can understand where that comes from, because there is sort of a pressure that, you know, streaming is not exactly a lucrative business for most people. As such, there is an imbalance there where, you know, a person's trying to pay their bills, and if they have someone who is financially supporting them, they do have that conflict of going, okay, well, I need to pay my bills, but also this person is not exactly being great. How to navigate? Which the answer is, you get rid of them. Like, if someone's not respecting boundaries, you're better off getting rid of them and just figuring things out from there. How do I do a tier 3 on sub mobile? I have no idea, as I very rarely do mobile. I'm noticing all of the animals are just piling in here because I have food in here. But now you're describing every job? Cool. In regards to, I guess you can't fire your boss at most jobs, though. I mean, you can. Quitting is literally firing your boss, in my mind. If I quit a job, I've just fired my boss. Let's see. Miss Sidebar, I appreciate being fully on camera instead of just a slice of having my kids ask me what the hole in the screen is. I appreciate your camera being... Oh, you mean the mic being fully on camera? I'm guessing that's what you mean, because that is a problem where we end up with, like, this one. That I know that's a bit of a pain. I actually adjusted where the zoom... Not the zoom, that's not what I want. Where things are... Okay. There we go. Yep. Nah, because that's always the one, because what happens is when I'm not streaming, I move the mic out of the way. But the problem is that's just way too far away, because you should be within a certain range of your microphone. And not talking straight into it, but kind of at it. Well, it depends what your effects you're going for, I guess, really. But the issue I'd run into is I'd bring it back into frame, and normally I didn't have as much over here on the right in the camera area. So people be like, you need to get your microphone out of frame. I was like, but that's too far. Like, you're gonna start getting bad audio quality. You're gonna get more issues. But then to get it in frame is the whole thing. But it's just kind of the way the cameras have gotten moved around. Because there's a clip of me where I trolled myself with him, like, you know, looking at my screen going, oh my goodness, like, what happened? Like, I've got dead pixels over here. And then looking at this and people are like, no, we're all seeing it too. And I'm like, what? And then realizing it was just like the bittiest little bit of the edge of the microphone sticking in frame. Chris says, you used to play multiplayer with a tuber that one day got shadow banned for no reason given. You no longer follow or support that channel? I mean, you may not know the reason, not that there isn't necessarily a reason. It's kind of one of those things that is one of the reasons I don't just play multiplayer with, like, just anyone. Like, you can pop in, everything can seem fine, and then the person ends up saying a bunch of stuff, you're like, I'm really not okay with this being said in the channel. Or it doesn't even have to be anything, like, necessarily they say that's wrong. It could just be that, you know, we were just talking about, like, the parasocial relationship problem, that you start having those kind of issues, or, like, whatever. It can be just, they're uncomfortable. They don't even have to have a reason for it. They're just, this person gives me bad vibes, bad headspace. And that's good enough a reason to like, not engage that person. Now, granted, I'm definitely a person who, if it gets to that, I'm going to usually tell a person that, like, hey, this is what's going on. So, like, at least they know. but like that is a thing you have to navigate. Like I've had people who've been like long-term followers of the channel who just it's like usually wasn't even like a big thing. It's just they had like one thing that they kept doing that was starting to get like really under my skin, and you'd sort of be like, hey, please don't do that, and they don't really take you seriously, and you're like, no, really, I mean, don't do that. And eventually like, all right, look, you need to go. It's like I've asked nicely, I've given you like I formally said, this behavior you're doing, please stop it. It was fun for a while, but now it's not fun anymore. So please cut it. And they just don't get that you're like actually being serious about it. Like that's like the most recent one that comes to mind. The most recent one that comes to mind is with like Project Zomboid. I had a person that just kept popping in again and again. And anytime I play, I'd be like, oh, would you look at that? You're playing Project Zomboid and you're getting good numbers. Seems like you really should be playing more Project Zomboid. And after like the third or fourth time, finally I was like, look, if you keep doing that, you're gonna be gone. They haven't come back since, so I don't think they're coming back. Kildre says, trauma dumping is the hardest for you in chat. You want to be empathetic to someone struggling, but you also can't have dark real-life issues just being dropped at. Yeah, there's a balance to play there, or one, you want to help people who need help. On the other hand, you also have to deal with the problem is trying to navigate that help can cause people in your chat problems in themselves. Like, if someone gets like a really heavy topic, like they've just lost someone important to them kind of thing, and they're going through it, and you're like, you want to be supportive, but then there's someone who's just starting to like get a grip of their own loss, and then you just send them right down that mountain. So it's kind of like the best I've found, and this is something I need to do better myself, but it's a friend of the community does this really well, is that they have a place in their Discord. They're like, hey, if you want to have those heavy topic discussions, here's a place, like, we could be supportive here, but like, don't do this live. And the way I kind of explained that the once or twice it's come up on chat, like when I was like, hey, I don't want to talk about this like on stream, it's like we can talk later. And you, like, no one's giving me a huge attitude about it. Like I've had a few people who seemed a bit off put by that, but you know, it is what it is. But it's like, imagine you're going to like someone is, you know, they get up on stage and they're performing, and then someone's just like, my dog died, I'm really having a bad time, can we talk about it? It's like, no man, I'm doing my piano solo, this isn't the time or place for that. It's like, give me after the show. I'll be happy to try and be a supportive friend, but like right now I'm on stage. I need you to give me a minute. Alright, so we get a bionic leg. I don't need one right now, but that's totally fine. So you want to do a low power test? Yeah. Bring on the discomfort. Oh wait, that wasn't that. That was a volcanic winter. It's fine. It's winter anyways. That was probably a dumb idea. That's what I get for not reading. Okay, right now just chuck that in there. I don't actually have a proper hospital. I need to fix that though. Alright, so for the moment, we're gonna uninstall all these and uninstall all those. Because this should all be fine now, relatively speaking. I see you went with the classy person scenario? The classy person scenario. Yeah, no, we've had a few that, like, I think, yeah, no, I mean, everyone has stuff they're going through. Like, this is true. Oh, the piano solo? Yeah, I don't know. I was trying to think of something to perform on stage. I actually don't play piano, or particularly know how to play piano. Like, I get the idea, but I have not done. Oh, I'm sitting here. I've got this TV sitting here, this brand new flat screen TV, and I just didn't plug it in. Excellent. Good job. Definitely feels like real life there. Let's not go this particular way, now I think about it, because I'm going to tear down that wall here in a minute. Let's go right up here and do that. Because this wall is coming down. Because our rec room is about to get a little bit bigger. By, like, doubling its size. Why is the night scene on every channel? Yep. So meanwhile, let's expand our recreation in this place. Let's make it out of marble. Let's get fancy. Wait, do I have enough jade? No, not even close. Wait, maybe I do have enough jade. Excellent. This is a great decision I won't regret. Let's just balloon that wealth a little by making ourselves a nice jade poker table. We can also go to our furnishing. Make that a slate. Make that a slate. Cool, we got our smithing, so machining will be next. I don't care about that quite yet. We'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, still got a bunch of wood up there. Alright. See, that would be me. Get a new TV and completely forget to plug it in. And you keep going by it and being like, oh, it's time, like, I should plug that in. And then something comes up, you get distracted, and you're like, just forget about it completely. I know this life. I am familiar with this existence. Let's make the floors out of marble, because we can. Oh, right, we have hex tile as this one. Fine, I shouldn't be wasting all this steel. That's so much steel. It's fine. Let's make terrible decisions. So we'll just go ahead and queue that up to mine. Don't worry about it. Queue this up to mine. Queue this up to mine. Okay, rare thrombos. Be my friend. Alright. So I'm going to try letting them out again. Letting them wander around. Oh, everyone can be out here now. Oh, you also need to have your schedule corrected. Because you don't need to spend all your day learning anymore. No such thing as terrible decisions, just inefficient ones. I don't know I'd go that far. I've seen some pretty bad decisions made. Alright. The amount of animals that will hunt me that have been showing up on this map are pretty obnoxious, honestly. Nah, that's not true, Strider. Okay. I do wish, and I know I had a mod for it before, that there was a thing where you could be like, hey, when you get to like 15% hypothermia, just stop what you're doing and go back. Don't wait till you're like right on the edge of frostbite to do anything. You do end up with a lot more of like people walking out and then walking back without finishing their tasks, but I'd rather they do that than, you know, hypothermia to death. Alright, so we're making this room much nicer. Since it is our break room, let's make it nice as we can. For these ones, we're going to go over here and... just make them wood floors for right now. Let's see, don't they do it themselves unless they're missing buy parts? They do, but they wait until it's serious, and a lot of times they can't get back before they start getting like physical injuries from frostbite. So just basically they just wait till a little too late. So I want them to head back like 5 or 10% hypothermia earlier so that they get back before it's a problem. Yeah, so we're getting all that steel for the floors there. We are starting to get that room nicer. How long do I need to keep that? Where are you at? It doesn't seem to imply I need to keep it at all. Okay. That's just a structure I don't need for anything now. Cool. Yeah, so you see like Sentient Cookie here didn't duck back to that almost 40%. And Sentient Cookie will leave the room the moment it drops from there again. So I need Sentient Cookie to stay in there longer. This is basically, I don't want to have to micro something like that as much. So I would like the option to be like, hey, get back here like 5-10% hypothermia sooner. And then don't leave this room until like you drop the hypothermia to almost nothing. Just so I don't have to like constantly do that. Which will get better. Once we get like more of the Muffalo wool stuff on, I'll have to worry about it way less. Oh, hey, let's keep working on converting you. I'm getting nowhere with converting Gooberish either. Gooberish is very solidly in their beliefs. At least it's just Loyalist and Darkness. Those are pretty easy to deal with. Versus when you get one that's like Cannibal, Raider, Tree Person, you're like, oh my god, please, just, you're impossible to deal with. Alright. Let's grab everyone and go deal with an Arctic wolf. Okay, we can hunt the other two, and we'll be good. Oh. Late to the party. Alright. Does that have movement speed penalty? No. That's fine. So extreme break risk, you're probably hungry. What are you doing? Chemical starvation. I need to get you on a schedule is what I need to do. So assign, manage food restrictions, select, sorry, not food restrictions, drug policy, select policy, 1 a day. So we're gonna go here and say for, let's see, Smokely will say you can use it on a schedule every other day. And we'll allow that for that as well. And same with the Saiti. That you're allowed to use those every other day. I have to actually take Ambrosia off of that. And though for a chemical fascination person, congratulations, 1 drink a day. And chemical interest, fine. D47 was worth a try. I love the wolf is hunting you, and then wolf revenge messages. Sure, revenge. Well, that's the really annoying thing, is in the base game, it'll say, like, wolf is hunting bong spill. I have a group of 10 people here, and the wolf will run up, and it's not until it's like 2 or 3 tiles away that the other will acknowledge the wolf as a threat. Until then, they will just sit there and, like, even with the wolf in range, the wolf will just run up, no problems whatsoever. It's really pretty annoying, actually. Because, like, it's actively trying to murder me. I should defend myself. The person who's being attacked, I believe, will automatically defend themselves if you, if you do that, but, like, anyone else around them won't. A mad Arctic fox. Well, I was gonna go hunt you, but if you want to come hunt me, I can work with that too. So you all can just run over there. People hitting the scary command a bit fast. Alright, I just want the Arctic fox to come around here. We'll go deal with it, move on with our lives. Fine, I'll go to you. You forget the cooldowns? Yeah, no, I've long since accepted I really have to have cooldowns for everything. Like, especially anything that plays a noise or does an animation or anything like that. It very quickly can become going from something that adds to the stream and makes it a better experience to really, really harms the experience very quickly otherwise. Alright, just wait here for a minute while you warm up. I probably have to make more of this base indoors than I have been. So that way they don't have to spend nearly as much time running around outside. It's just the whole wetlands being everywhere kind of hurts that. Major break risk. Recreation unfilled. Well, I mean, you got a TV you can watch now that you didn't have before. We're still working on that. The poker table. That's okay. We're getting pretty close to the end of winter. That'll be good. Food is getting a little concerning. Not urgent yet, but definitely not ideal. One thing I could start doing is start making this into an actual freezer. Cancel those 2 blocks so we can get the corner ones. Move that out of the way so we can put a door here later. So you both need medical treatment. Hopefully you get to that. There you go. Alright. So you are still working on all that. If it's just winter, just open the wall. Well, that's the thing. This is still frozen. Like, that part's fine. This is fine for freezer for the moment. But, when it gets to summer, I want to put, like, another layer of wall here. Get this all enclosed. Get this to be a freezer. Move the door from this side over here. That way it goes through here. Move a door along this side as well. So that way they can run in and out of this area. It'll take a little work. Alright, mechanoid cluster. This member says, hey Rual, I was wondering your anecdotes on parasocially long-timer viewers. Just getting under your skin sometimes. Do you have any experience with viewer chatterings getting under your skin despite seeming supportive or polite, without seemingly any ill intentions, but just something with their interaction stressing you out, or them dominating, taking up too much space, or something similar, that made you have to do one thing or another to end that dynamic? I have had to push back once or twice, where it's just like, hey, like, I know it's like, I know you don't mean badly, but for a moment, I need you not to do, like, the thing you're doing. And then it's kind of on them, put indoors, it's kind of on them to respect that or not. Danger. At which point, if they respect that, you know, that's fine. There's no harm, no foul. So we're gonna go expand area, danger, and I'm just gonna consider say this side of the base for right now is off limits. You can manage areas, invert, okay, assign. Because I could deal with that, I just don't wanna, and there's nothing gonna wake it up, so sure. Let's see, for context, asking based on your own experiences as a content creator and community maker, and wondering if you give some tips via anecdote on how to handle when a parasocial is uncomfortable, considering I kind of envisioned building a vibe similar to yours, but burned out in some of the stuff I'm trying to find proper words to describe as you try streaming to go. No problem. So, like, usually, so I haven't run into much of the parasocial way where, you know, someone assumes like you're friend, like more friends than you're not, and like some behavior come like that. I haven't had like a stalker or anything like that. In the dev side of things, I have had where I've gone to conferences and people be like, oh, hey, you know, it's so good to see you. And I'm going, I have no idea who this person is. And it's someone who had taken one of my courses to learn or whatever. And, you know, it takes me a while to be like, oh, okay. Because you're sitting there going, do I know this person? Like, I've forgotten their name. Like, what's going on here? But I haven't had them expect much from me, because fortunately in the professional environment, it's not as big of an issue. But I have had people who, you know, they've been in the channel for a while. They very regularly, like, they've been subbed for a while. They, you know, throw bits and donations or whatever, that they're very supportive. And they'll kind of crack jokes and everything. And you're like, I'm not okay with the things you're joking about. Like, I need you to stop doing that. And in most of the cases, they've left, to be honest. Like, when I've confronted them and said, hey, you're doing this thing, like, and it's usually privately, unless they're doing it in a situation where I can't really do it privately. Like, if it's an issue right now, immediately on stream, then obviously I have to address it on the spot. But, when it is something that's, like, at the end of stream, like, hey, after stream's like, hey, I need you to stop doing that behavior. And usually it's cracking jokes that I'm not comfortable with, kind of thing. Like, okay with being on the channel. Because there is, like, the brand side of it. Or one of the ones that came up is we had someone that when kind of Twitch was pushing, well, it still is, when Twitch started pushing the ads where almost everyone was switching to mid-rolls from pre-rolls, that they were saying, like, literally every single time an ad would play, they would complain about it. And I was finally like, look, I get the ads suck. No one wants them. But, like, stop complaining about it every single time. It's like, that to me is more frustrating than the ads are. because it's a situation I've got little to no power over, that I'm dealing with as much as everyone else is, in the fact that it hurts my viewership. And yeah, the ad thing is all of Twitch chat nowadays. So that's been honestly a thing that's not been that bad here. Most of the time, the only time I get much comments of chat with ads nowadays is someone will say, like, hang on, ads. Like, when they get caught with ads, like, we've got one or two people who have impeccable timing that anytime they ask a question, that's exact moment that the ads start. And you feel bad for them, because again, it's not something like I sit there and hit the button and be like, ah. It's literally an amount of time passes, the ads run for Y amount of time, repeat all day. That's how they work. It's 3 minutes per hour for those curious to disable pre-rolls. But that's usually the only time it comes up. Because I think it's gotten to the point that as the broader Twitch culture, people have understood that the content creators don't have much control over that situation. That we do have to make the check, do I run pre-rolls, do I run mid-rolls? And they go, well, don't run ads. Okay, do I run mid-rolls, do I run pre-rolls? Those are my options. There's no, there's A or B. That's happened to me as soon as you ask a question, ads. Oh, it happens. It does, and it sucks. But yeah. The ad curse has gotten me in some good channels. Yep. See, Twitch offered me a holiday deal to run 7 minutes of ads. And I'm like, what on earth do you want me to do that? 7 per hour? Uh-huh. I had, back when they were doing the, like, I haven't been checking the thing, because I'm just like, 3. That's how much I need to disable pre-rolls. That's the amount you're going to get, is the absolute minimum I need to turn your other ads off. Not a second more. They did their thing. It's like, we suggest running, I think it was like 9 minutes of ads at one point. This is going back a couple of months. But they're like, we recommend running 9 minutes of ad to balance your user's experience with your revenue. And I'm going, 9 minutes? Literally like 1/6 of my stream being ads. That means people watching the stream by the time I've done would have watched over an hour of ads. Dear Lord, what are you... Like, what is wrong with you? Even cable TV doesn't touch that. I'm sure Twitch would love it for the 1 month I have viewers on my channel before the whole thing implodes. Yeah, no, absolutely. Twitch Turbo is the way you get rid of almost all the ads across the entire platform. I think it's like $15 a month now. They did bump up the price a while back. It was like 12 and now it's like 15 or whatever it is. It'll probably vary slightly wherever you're at. But it's like, the only times you typically get ads with Twitch Turbo is some live events. So, like, if they stream a sporting event, like if ESPN comes on and they stream, like, on their ESPN channel, sometimes they'll have ads on. Or, like, some major conferences will have some kind of bargain that they'll run ads. And that is, like, it. Technically, a content creator can turn on to still show the ads with that, or subs or all that. I have not heard of anyone doing that where they weren't, like, just checking out. That they're just, like, my last cash in and going away. Yeah, so you definitely had the situation where someone assumes we're more than friends, they think, kind of experiences. Those are ones that broke my back, really, especially when the viewers are polite. It's kind of like the same thing you have to do in real life when you run into that, though. Where, like, you're like, in that friend-acquaintance zone with someone, and then they're like, hey, man, like, we should get together and do dinner sometime. And you're like...
Thank you, Moriarty, for subscribing for 22 months. 10/10's happy to have been here for the many shenanigans. Truly excited to get to that 2-year mark.
Thank you, Moriarty, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed for just shy of 2 years. You're at 1 year and 10 months. You're almost there. So I really do appreciate that continued support. You know, a lot of you have been here since pretty close to the very beginning. And it's just, it blows your mind when you see those, like, 22 months, 24 months kind of thing. And it is absolutely mind-blowing that, like, people continue to support that long. I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you again for that. Which, for the record, we do have more emotes coming. I have not gotten them commissioned yet because the 2 artists... Well, there's 3 artists that I've been working with. The one isn't available yet, who's going to be doing a bunch of alert animations and all that. I don't know when she'll be available. She's got a pretty big backlog. I've got a second one I want to start working with who's done a lot of emotes for people on the channel. But they've got some real life stuff going on that's making it difficult for them to catch up. So we're kind of waiting on that one. And then the third one is the one who made our emotes we already have. Unfortunately, she's in Ukraine, and while she is not in the conflict area, it has resulted in her being displaced. And so it's been very hard to communicate with her to do anything. So we're kind of waiting for the people I would like to work with, to be available. Let's see. Pegger just got a gift sub to me instead. I asked for tips on how to block it somehow. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I mixed up two thoughts. Let me go back to the previous thought so I can finish that one, and we'll catch up with chat, because I am falling behind. Yeah, no, it's one of those things like in real life, when you have someone who assumes...
Thank you, Ceresi_the_mage for gifting a sub to Kilodrix.
Did Twitch reset...
Train is go.
Did Twitch reset the volume on all my alerts again? They've done that twice to me, where I turn it down so it's not too loud, and then it feels like they turn it back up. Because that's annoying. But thank you so much for that gifty sub to... Was it Kilodrix? Yeah, Kilodrix. And that's from Sir Ice Mage. Yeah, thank you, Sir Ice Mage, for gifting that tier 1 sub to Kilodrix. I really do appreciate that support. Thank you so much for triggering that hype train. I am playing catch up on chat for a minute. So we'll get that going. But thank you so much for that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, no, it's just kind of those things like you have to do, even like in work situations where someone assumes, like, there are people I have worked with who assume like we're best buds, and it's one of those things that you kind of professionally tolerate them kind of things, that you really kind of don't like them. But, you're in an office setting, making a bunch of drama is good for no one. So you do that, and they're like, hey, we should go out. And you kind of have to navigate that whole thing where you're like, look, I'm being nice, but, like, I really don't want to hang out after work, sorry. But it is kind of one of those things. You do have to, like, put your boundaries up. You be as polite as you can be, but you also have to be like, yeah, this thing that you want is something I'm not interested in. And it can be very tricky to navigate. And there's a lot of people when you do that, they'll respond very negatively about it, and you get it. There is a misbalance in expectations. Someone's going to be disappointed with it. But it is a thing you kind of have to, like, draw that line in the sand and say, hey, this is where I'm willing to go. Yeah, no, there's people who do that. It is one of those things when it comes to, this is talking about that they had mentioned something about ads and someone had given them gift of sub. There is like a 50-50 on that one where it can be one of those things that person's like, hang on, I can't hear your answer to the question, ads, and someone gives that ads, good. But you also pop in and people's like, oh man, ads, and it's like, alright, it feels like you're fishing for a sub. It's like, I get they suck. But like, it also is kind of one of those things you're like, not great feeling. There's a line between, it's like when someone pops in, it's like, oh man, I would really like a sub. And you're kind of like, don't do that. If you're considering it, I feel kind of like Twitch is taking 50% cut of my subs to support the actual content creators is steep enough. So, how long have you been streaming? So I've been streaming for a bit over 2 years. That's how long I've been going. Okay, so I believe I've caught up everything, which, we have thank yous and all that. But yeah, so I've been streaming a bit over 2 years. Alright, so we got that going. We go for machining. I'm not going to go for the gunsmithing right away. I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to potentially push up here so I can get the moisture pump. This is probably a mistake, but it is what it is. But yeah, so I've been streaming for about 2 years. That basically what ended up happening was I was playing Grand Theft Auto RP on the TSRP server. And I wasn't streaming at the time. I hadn't streamed at all up to that point. And I've been playing that for a while, and one of the people couldn't get in the city for a couple of days, which is just the terminology for they couldn't log in, but they could be online. And so I was like, you know what? Hey, I can try streaming it. You can see what my perspective is, because we had just had conversations around that the way the city felt to me, based on the experiences my character was having in the city versus them, were just the city felt entirely different vibe. The things that were kind of our pain points were entirely different, and so I did that, and it was kind of one of those things. that, you know, a bunch of the people who had been interacting with me in roleplay started tuning in on the stream, and it was like 6, 7, 8 of them. Like, there was probably 12 or so people I interacted with regularly. A whole bunch I interacted with on occasion, but it's like that group was always like popping in, you know, chilling in the stream and all that. And I had no intentions of doing anything with it at all. But, you know, then I hit affiliate, and at the same time, my employer had been acquired, and it was a really bad acquisition. Like, a really bad acquisition. So I've been doing software dev for 15 years, and working full-time for like 25 plus years, with like no... That's not true, not 25, like probably like 23 years. But like non-stop with like no real gaps in there. And I was like, you know what, I'm gonna take a sabbatical. Like, I'm gonna give myself like a month or 2 off to like reassess what I want to do and go from there. Like, just take a genuine break. You know, thank you for the hype train and everything, for all that, you know, people dropping those gift subs and all that. I do appreciate it. But, so I went on this sabbatical, and, like, right around then, I had been playing Project Zomboid and RimWorld primarily on the channel. I had backed out of the RP thing, because I was just kind of getting tired of it. It was just too time-consuming. And what ended up happening was I got established in the Project Zomboid community, that I started becoming well-known. And then they announced that Build 41 was coming out, which is the big multiplayer build for Project Zomboid. So the channel just went in a big way. And, you know, I got partner right away and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, then it's been like that. And I've always tried to be a variety streamer, but I definitely did a lot of Project Zomboid, and that's what I got known for. It's Sorry Mage saying... sorry, not Sorry Mage. Mellow Murmur saying... yeah, I wasn't intentionally fishing for a sub in this case. Just wanted to appreciate and caring Sweet Pank can be sometimes. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely. I wasn't trying to imply you were. I was saying the whole thing where you had mentioned to Pank about, or you had mentioned in Pank's channel something related to. Why are there dead bodies over here? When? I don't remember fighting someone over here. Oh, I see. There's a trade caravan and probably... that's why. I understand now. There's a trade caravan or a trade person, and then there's 2 raiders. That's... okay. But is streaming a blessing and a curse? It can be. Like, that's the thing. In software development, I'm extremely confident. I have a very, very strong... like, way to... I can, like, really, really gauge what I'm capable of. Like, I was to the point, someone would come with a new project that I've never messed with before, and I could give them a pretty reasonable estimate on how much time it would take, because I could kind of quantify how long it would take me to learn something I didn't know. I do not have that same level of ability when it comes to content creation at all. And in software dev, I've got heaps of data I can reference for almost anything, and if I need more data, I can usually get it. Whereas with streaming, getting any good data is really hard. Oh, it's not Pank's channel. Pank sent me to you because I was getting triggered by ads your stream. Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Alright. I hate to say it to you, Megasloth, but your presence here is no longer welcome. You're eating my animal's food, and you're made out of meat. And we can resolve 2 problems at the same time. Here, I'm actually step into the water, so you get slowed. There we go. Yeah, it's just opening fire till I could startle it far enough away. Nope, don't. You stay here in case things get real bad. All right. Oh, we broke the one spot of wall. Unleash the Muffalo. We need to set. Alright, so adult males, only 2. Adult females, 4. Yeah, containment breach. The Muffalo are free. Alright, so go ahead and trade with you. And I'll get all that going. I was just thinking, it's like, if you go outside the left side of my base, I may be poking a beehive and stepping away for a minute and just letting it sort itself out. Alright, so they can give me an EMP launcher, which I'm probably going to take. I don't like that that got slightly worn. Alright, so what I think we're going to do is I'm going to take the EMP launcher. I like the EMP grenades more because they're a bigger area. But I think I can live with the EMP launcher for now. And the bolt action. Alright, so with the bolt action, wherever that got dropped, there you are. And you go get the EMP launcher for a minute. So I've almost finished with that room. The shotgun, scorcher, scyther. So downside is these sluggers. Melmer, so generally your online spending is going into the direction of the content creator. As I have the means by way of non-streaming related income to support you good folk, especially considering the 50% Bezos cut. So I thought it'd be funny, kind of exception to the case with the gift sub anecdote. Gotcha. No, and all that support's appreciated. I was really hoping you're gonna go down there. I was gonna pop a shot off there and just let that sort itself out. Because like this feels really easy if I have EMP. I would just go back here, drop the EMP in this general vicinity, so I get both those tagged, and then we'd be able to shred the rest of those pretty quick. Because I remember with the EMP here, yeah, so it's a little 5x5, so it's really only kind of good for taking one thing out of the fight. Here, just go in here for right now. We need to make a storage location that I can have a shelf for the EMP to just be on always. So let's deal with that. We'll go furniture, marble, yeah, I'll put it over here, and I'll just be where I put EMP. Meanwhile, you've chosen Death Ibex. Congratulations. Alright. Cool. But yeah, I know those things of sport on the other side. That is one of those things. I know a lot of people have been doing their push for the Partner Plus. I'm nowhere near that. Like that's the same thing as when they like announced how many it was going to be and all that for that. I just tried to be very candid right at the beginning. Like I appreciate everyone, but like don't go for the push on that, because like I'm just not close enough to be realistic. Hey, Little Pixel, or sorry, Lily Pixel, my apologies. Lily Pixel, thank you so much for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Lily Pixel 69? What were we streaming and how was the stream? And for those who came in with that stream, what would you say was the best part of that stream? We are rating, excellent. Twitch is also not telling me what you were playing last. But thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Twitch did the thing is like, they were streaming. Like, thanks, Twitch. Real helpful on that one. Really giving me some workable information. You need to add that to chatbot? Oh, you mean like the SO command, yeah? We're playing RimWorld? Nice, nice. Excellent. Yeah, when you add it? Yeah, so I used to have the SO shoutout command that would sit there and be like, that's like put out the whole thing. I probably should. And I am her first raid. Oh, interesting. Is she brand new to streaming or just the first time she's raided out of curiosity? Because I definitely recommend if you are, oh, she is new to streaming. Well, cool. Welcome to streaming. Both awesome. Welcome to streaming. Real good strategy to raid out. She's new to Twitch. Excellent, excellent. And I totally understand if you got to take care of your post-stream care, like dealing with your clips, all those kind of things. You're absolutely welcome to stay, of course, but like, don't feel obligated. She was super tired. Gotcha. So she probably raided out and crashed, or is in the process of going to crash. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Insulting spree, because we're missing the machine thing they want. Look, I don't really want to make this a temple, but if you're gonna whine about it that much... There. Okay. Meanwhile, talk to you about your heresy. Vanish lol. Yeah, absolutely. I've been there as well. There's been a number of times I've raided, so it's like hate to raid and run, but I need to go pass out. Especially when you're doing like a streamathon or something like that, or you're changing your schedule, those kind of things. Yep, more social fights. At least we haven't had anyone knock a limb off the other one yet. That's where I get salty, is when you start getting people like 16, 17 plus in melee, and your social fight starts, they just take the arm off someone. Well, thank you. I'm having a fantastic night, and I appreciate that. I actually just re-dyed it today because it was getting borderline blonde, because I had to bleach it for dyeing it, and it was getting overdue for a touch up. She doesn't ever fail to be sweet. Nice. Well, it's good to make your acquaintance and all that. And thank you so much for that raid. I do appreciate it. I totally understand if you were like super tired. You know, make sure you take care of yourself. All right. So they would have a camp with 3 wasters for us to destroy in 5 days, and they'd give us 58 reputation. So I would love to take that, but we'll die of hypothermia trying to get there. So that's kind of limiting us. But yeah. So thank you so much for that. You're absolutely welcome to, hang out as long as you'd like. Whatnot. Chat meme dies here. Oh yeah, for the hair dye thing, it was we were raising money, and it's just one of those things that said, hey, if we raise this much money, I'll dye my hair, and chat gets to choose the color. And we did. All right. So we got Timberwolf and a Warg. And all of our plants are still dying because it's a volcanic winter. Gotcha. Yeah, drop the powder. Check them out. It's always good to make new friends. Networking is very important in content creation. You did lose a toe and a finger in that last social fight. It's not my favorite. Major break risk, what's your deal? Insulted, fair enough. No problem, it's JD. Anytime. For those popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, as I used to hold a world record in that game, which has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, so I do play a lot of like simulation, settlement builder, city builder, some survival, simulation, a whole range of games. Did I have a good time? Have you ever had a pawn get their head taken off in a social fight? I had in one run 4 separate pawns have that problem. So for instance, I don't like vampire runs. Is a vampire getting a social fight is usually a dead pawn. because of just all the bonuses to melee and everything. I had them straight up decapitate 3 people. I think in the end we lost more pawns to that vampire than we did to enemy forces. I knew that was coming. Just waiting for when. Alright. Okay, dealt with you. I got Timberwolf up here somewhere. Just deal with him. We've got everyone handy. Let's just go deal with it. Because then I can just cut loose and hunt and not have to worry about anything. Alright. Yep. Ah, you're slowed because of your injury. That's fine. Eventually we'll be able to fix everything. Let's see. Sorry to not say hi or anything at first. I don't know how this thing works, to be honest. Still new to this side of things. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. Lily Pixel, I appreciate the raid. I was basically saying you're welcome to hang out anytime you like and all that kind of good stuff. I did drop you a follow. I'll check you out sometime. Like, if I'm able, like, obviously you're streaming during my stream, so if time doesn't line up, we'll see. But, I usually try and drop into people's channels and check them out and do all that sort of stuff. I was gonna say, it's always good to make new friends here on Twitch. That networking is kind of those, like, really big things that do help a lot with streaming. I'm trying to build that thing, and oh, we haven't set to granite? Alright, there's your problem. Okay, so let's go here. Ideology. Machine. We'll make that a marble. There we go. You do the same thing usually. You'll hunt down the predators before they let my hunters go. Yeah, you have to. Because otherwise what'll happen is you'll have, like, the one warg, like, just over here. There'll be all the animals everywhere, and your character will go past the warg to hunt something in the corner. And then the warg is between you and starts hunting. You're like, well, that character's dead. Because the worst thing is when you get hunted by something, they don't just down you, they kill you. They eat you. Oh, I have smithing and machining. What am I doing? I need to be adding my next production bench. Machining table. Actually, let's not put it there. Put it on this side. Alright, what else can we do? Not gonna worry about the smithy, I don't need that. I can make the helmets on this. Not gonna worry about the crematorium. You can put in the smelter to melt stuff. Just have to run the power around here, which is easy enough. Stop filling that and deconstruct. Stop filling this and deconstruct. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons it can actually be a strategy if you have a hunter that you can tame stuff with. To tame stuff and have 2 animals that will fight on your behalf kind of thing with you. That way if something does trigger hunting or goes revenge or whatever, your animals can run interference. So I am somewhat regretting taking that volcanic winter because we're starting my very short grow season. And, you know, we're not getting to the growing part of it. I'm also deliberately delaying fighting that until I get helmets, because I have really, really bad luck when it comes to that, that I cannot tell you the number of times I have had a pawn that everything should be fine, that walks up, they get one shot in the dome by one of those things. I have lost so many pawns to the very first shot from a mech group, just insta-killing them. So I'm trying to at least get the helmets online. I won't be able to get the body armor, but yeah. Let's see, so... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. It's so annoying when someone hurts the kids while they're out daydreaming or something. I'm gonna lurk. Thanks again for being so welcoming. No problem. An absolute lurk. Yeah, no, that's I restrict my kids into the interior of the base just because of that. The number of times I had the kid go like this spot in the edge of the map, and then, you know, raid shows up on top and it was like, well, that kid's dead. Alright. They're getting everything built. Go Frenzy, cool. Yeah, like, these three don't scare me. It's just the sluggers. I could position... You know what we can do? I could just build defenses. We can just go like this. That should be far enough away it doesn't aggro them. But we could just pop that up, build some quick defenses, give me cover, where they don't really have that much, and then just go for it. We should have more wood. How much wood do we have? Plenty. Alright. That said, we are waiting on people to construct stuff. Why is nothing getting constructed? Ship down. Okay, I might be able to work with this. It's really hoping you'd crash on the other side. The something I've done in is save the mechs, since honestly they aren't bothering you with anything. I like raiders and spawn in the same area, and then aggro the mechs, run away, and then let them sort themselves out. Yeah, no, I've done that plenty of times. It's a very good strategy to deal with mechs. Okay, Garo in position. There's the raid. That's actually a pretty decent-sized raid up there. Reposition so you're not shooting across the allies and all that. Alright, so we got a survivor. It's a waster, so I'm not going to bother. That's fine. You hate mechs fighting if someone else can fight them? Yeah. Well, the mechs, there's just so many things that they can get, you know, one taps. Everything goes from being fine to not fine so fast. Like, when you're set up with armor and all that, it's really not a big deal. But before you have armor, you have to really respect the mechs. They will absolutely punish you. Oh, they're building the floor up here. That's what's taking so long. Okay, that's fair. Alright. So, new schedule assignments, everyone indoors except Goobish. Goobish friend, you have a mission. Nope, you missed. Try again. I need you to hit your target, okay? Okay. We have woken up the snarling beast. And we will see how this sorts itself out. Oh, also, please don't do that. Like, honestly, when they go in, even if they're gonna lose, let's be ready to jump in there to mop up if we can. You're really bad at this. Actually, we're not even gonna go over there. It's fine. We'll just go right here. They'll probably bleed out on their way to me. But this works out. I honestly wasn't expecting them to win that fight. I was expecting them to get, you know, get pretty messed up and morale break. I'm a little surprised that they did manage to keep it together that long. It's not going to help me here in a second, though. Because they're already pretty messed up. Okay, that's fine. Alright, well, that's dealt with. And we even did it before this person died, because they would have died to that. Excellent. I keep finding random dead bodies in places I don't expect them. I mean, that is the, that's where we fought the ship. It was like, once in a while, it turns like, why did a person die here? What's happening? Alright. Of course there's a cougar on the map. Alright, so. I'll take the telescope, I don't have one. You don't really want much I want to give up. That's actually not true. We can negotiate. That should do. So I think I went down here. Naked speed. Fast +1. Just fast by itself. It's a shame I don't have the stuff I need for that, because getting just fast right by itself would be a good one. The Architect leg would be great. I can't make that work financially. There, you can have it right in the middle. Right. So we would have to go and attack him. It's still too cold. We're going to get hypothermia. So it's like the actual attack would be easy. 3 people would be no problem for me to deal with. It's just, I can't caravan to them because of hypothermia. Mech corpses, there we go. Naked speed. I guess that's how the colonist Conrad earned the name Grease Lightning. Please don't trap yourself inside there. Don't trap yourself inside there. There's only one way they could trap themselves inside there, and they were going for it. So now it's time to tear down this wall. We'll start moving the shelves over here, and slowly we'll like switch this whole area out. It'll be fine. Looks like a great anti-grain warhead storage. Well, it's going to be our freezer eventually. Okay, good. The volcanic winter is over, so now we just have normal weather again. Alright, bills. Red mechanoids, do forever. Make simple helmet. Do until you have 1 of at least 80% quality. Cool. And smelter, bills, add bill, smelt for slag forever. Anything that is apparel that is that we will smelt any weapon that is bio-coated. And we will destroy apparel forever that is below 80%. That's not true, I shouldn't approach it like that. We will smelt any apparel that is below 80%. It is not a utility. And then we'll destroy any apparel that is below 80% and not a utility. Alright. That way as stuff wears out, they'll melt it back down, all that. How is our power grid doing? We have about 700 watts to spare from what this is looking like. It's honestly not shabby considering what I've got here. That is one going to be the big pain points of this run, though, is in the long term. The techno-humanists get real greedy when it comes to power. And unfortunately, don't actually have that much geothermal. That's right, I want to research the water wheel, because we do have a river for once. And we're going to try and put inside the base just a whole bunch of water wheels and that as our main primary power source as well. Time to rally, everyone. Cool. So I got rid of that, and then go back to hunting. Eventually I need to stop sending literally everyone after it, but right now I'm not going to take my chances. Having like 1 or 2 people get downed by a cougar can be really bad. Hey Sui, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Sui? Alright, so you're out in the sun. For those who don't know Sui, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Definitely someone I'd recommend. Stop blighting my plants. Doesn't definitely someone I'd recommend. But playing a whole bunch of fun games on the channel. Is also the one who is kind of the big brains behind the hot potato. So for everyone who enjoyed the hot potato, you know, that's someone you should be aware of. Good, had a nice lazy day before I started backing up at work. Gotcha. Always good to have the occasional lazy day. Oh, you missed one. Okay. Speaking of hot potato, I'm procrastinating editing a clip reel for the event. Yeah, no, I imagine it's gonna be like really fun to have like a proper clip reel. Okay. So leave that. And get all those taken off there. Okay. Yeah, no, it'd be amazing. But you know, thank you so much for putting the event together, by the way. But it's good seeing you. I hope your lazy day is going well. Stop putting predators on my map. I'm literally just... Okay. It's like literally just round after round. Every single second, I'm just like, up, killed one animal, new predator on the map to hunt. It's like, stop it. Let me hunt in peace. And I'm waiting to do this for conversion ceremonies for Goobish. Missed so much of it this time. Yeah, no, I was the same. Like between my own streams and then going to visit family, I only could catch parts of it. I had a blast what I did see. Hot Potato's been around for 5 years, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. We're dealing with you again. Oh. Illicit says, you don't need the whole hunting party. Just one shot, one kill. 5 years, 6 events? Gotcha. Oh yeah, that's fantastic. Don't pile that steel there, please. Storage, clear, critical, EMP. There. That's just so I could find my EMP. At least it was clean. Well, that was just the thing, just like, pop. It's like, alright, you can't hit raiders at all, but that wolf in particular, no chance. Yeah, no, I had a blast. I love how much the boom rats became such a huge thing. Yeah, in the rain. Yeah, it's I just love how much the boom rats became such a big thing. That's half of the fun with stuff like the hot potato, is just the random things that just become like staples of it. All right. And welcome back. Fights into a full Kit Kat without breaking it. Why would you commit such violence? Still so much set to be like removed and hauled and all that. Cookie chose violence this day. All right, we'll probably bump Alanorama back to... Sorry, not Alanorama. Who was the other one who's helping cook? Oh, no, I don't want you. You're researching. I don't want you to help with cooking. No, VIPs are not exempt. The only people exempt from ads are the host, the streamer, as well as subbed people. So VIPs aren't exempt or anything like that. Moderators aren't exempt either, which is kinda garbo. Breaks the Kit Kat, but not along the predefined lines. Mods and VAPs should be. So, mods definitely. No question about that whatsoever. I fear if they were to restrict VIPs to not get hit with the ads, what they would probably do is they'd probably cut back the number of VIPs we're allowed to have to be way lower. Pictures of montage of boom rats to ACD.
Thank you,
ACDC.
Sentient_Cookie, for gifting a sub to Sue.
Thank you, Such a Cookie, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Sui. Sui, have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing. I love the tap emotes that just, like, they're all over the place. Okay, so we finally moved the, there, we can reinstall you to be more center room. Now move the stove over here. Yeah, mods are not exempt from ads. Mods also get hit with ads. It's not like a setting I get the choice of. It's just a thing that I can't do. Yeah, only subs and like Twitch Turbo people are exempt from ads. I don't even know if Twitch Stat or staff are exempt either. I have no idea on that one. Twitch says it's gonna get its hecking revenue whether you like it or not. I can see things like donate $50 to be VIP for a year, if it was the case. Yeah, I could see a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see. You should get the ability to give free sub 3 people. So there is a thing that, and I need to do this for Tomb, that there is a thing that you can make it so that you'll have people in your channel, like what I think it's only like 1 or 2, I don't actually know the amounts, that you can have a permanent sub on them. That said, it comes with a whole bunch of restrictions of once they have the things they're not allowed to get on your channel and all that. Like point redeem, stop working, a whole bunch of stuff. I don't remember exactly what all the restrictions are. I gotta look into it. But yeah, I kind of... Actually, I probably shouldn't put it this way. I should put it the other way, shouldn't I? And the reason I'm saying I should put it this way instead of that way is because the door is going to be on this side. That way they can go in and go the line versus have to like go out and down and across. Yeah. I think the problem with like disrupting Twitch is Twitch struggles to be profitable within itself. And that's with it doing half the crap it does. Versus a lot of other companies, when they're trying to put up their streaming services, they start at a loss as a deliberate thing. That's just the thing people do in tech, is in your startup phase, You basically get funding, you start up trying to attract users at a loss, with the hope that someday you would turn around and then, you know... Sorry, I'm... saw that pop up to like 200, so I was concerned. Yep, so we gotta pull the roof off. But, with the hope that someday you would be profitable. It's a whole thing. Okay, begin conversion ritual. Do your best. But that's kind of the thing is you hear about like one after the other competitor pop out for Twitch. They last a couple years and they implode. Honestly, the one I felt had the best chance in the past was Mixer back in the day. And I feel like they kind of pulled the plug in that one too early. YouTube could genuinely directly go head to head with Twitch and have a really good time if they just actually took the time to make the streaming side of things not terrible. But so far they just haven't seemed motivated to do that. Yeah, it's something that could rule restrict. Just like I don't think the rules wise pay for mod. I know channel points wise you can't. I assume money wise you can't either. Yeah, I mean there'd definitely be ways they could handle it if they really wanted to. So far as making it so that you don't go that way. So far as making it so like mods wouldn't see the ads or whatever. But, like as a business, they don't really have a motivation to. Unfortunately. Like as long as Twitch doesn't have a proper threat out there, Twitch isn't going to put too much effort into moving stuff around. And to be fair, a lot of the stuff they've been doing pretty good this past year or so. Like to be entirely fair, they were doing a lot of not great stuff for a while. That really was hurting a lot of creators pretty badly and all that. But it's just been this past like year and a half that there's definitely been negative stuff that's happened. But it does feel like they've been doing a lot to try and fix their public relations. Mixed results. But, you know, they're at least you can see the effort is going in there. Alright, so close off that side. I mean, you've been trying to figure out the puzzle of why Twitch is still the mainstream thing as a software engineer who works and succeeded Star Wars business. I'm just baffled that nothing better has come up. The big thing is market share. Really what it boils down to. It's the same thing of like, why hasn't there been someone who's dethroned Facebook? Well, the answer basically boils down to Facebook already works. And it's not that you need to make a better product, that's certainly part of it. But you need to make a better product that is sufficiently better to motivate people to stop using Facebook. And that's the difficulty because by default, Facebook already has more people. I personally don't use Facebook, by the way. But it is one of those kind of things that, you know, it can be very tricky to convince people to switch. I know myself when I was doing a lot of the contracting side of software dev. To heck with you and this nonsense. Yeah, no thank you, you can keep that. But when I was doing a lot of the consulting, contracting stuff on the side, I couldn't tell you how many times that I'd have the talk where someone's like, yeah, but this will be Facebook, but for musicians, or Facebook, but for artists, or Facebook, but for teachers. And you'd sit there and go, okay, I hear you. Why would I use this instead of Facebook? You're like, well, it's for musicians. I'm like, right. But Facebook is also entirely usable by musicians and everyone else I want to talk to. So you've given me a Facebook that I can use for even less. Why would I use your product? And they would just kind of stare at you like, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, it's the unfortunate reality. You've got to convince me to stop using the thing I'm already using to use your thing. And again, I don't use Facebook anymore, so it's not really the best example. But that was just a constant battle. And then you'd have someone that's like, okay, you've got a start of something here. You've got a start of something here. How do you plan to monetize it? And they're like, oh, ads. I'm like, all right, so you don't have a strategy. Because like everyone else is trying to pivot away from just ads because the ads just don't pay enough. Like they're still doing ads, but like they're trying to like freemium you or whatever other thing to get more direct revenue. They'll be like, no, we'll figure out the money later. It's like, no, you need to figure out the money now. If you're looking at having an expensive server, you really do need to figure out the money now. These color are deemed differently. Try for a mod because you've been here long enough. Yeah. Make MySpace great again. No. MySpace had some... The funny thing is, the thing that killed MySpace was MySpace letting you do just about anything, so everyone's MySpace page was like glitter GIFs and automatically playing music and all this other crap that you'd pull up someone's MySpace page and just immediately like, want to take something to your eyes because like, oh my god, what am I looking at? What is this monstrosity? And it was like 90% of MySpace looked like that. And so really one of the big value propositions for Facebook is it doesn't support all that stuff. It literally did away with features that made it better. Oh, stop putting that on there, please. So, copy settings. Link, pay settings. They're trying real hard to put stuff on there. Just keep being like, nope, don't do that. Alright, so just to have to kind of float till we get this all set up. We had way too many muffaloes and it was causing a problem. Yeah, you've been noticing a lot of actual improvements just in terms of core. If you will, features, especially in yours, but still waiting excitedly to see if there's going to be a next big threat to Twitch's almost monopoly in its niche streaming for service, considering the anxieties they've caused recently and their poor use of AI moderation hitting streamers. Yeah, I don't, because like right now the people are trying to compete with, there's a bunch of little niche ones, that I honestly don't see any of them having, like none of them have gone, you have the magic to disrupt anyone, like not like regardless of Twitch, like disrupt anyone. They just don't kind of hit. And then there's of course Kick out there, which has got this horrifically problematic stuff going on, which don't get me wrong, I don't blame anyone for using, but it's just one of those things that there's a lot of there's enough concerns around that you're never going to get people on board with that, because just the nature of the things they've allowed on their platform, there's going to be people who are simply never going to accept it. And I think that's honestly fair. But so it's kind of, I see Kick being around until either Daddy Gambling Casino takes its money, whether legally or forced, or like because of laws, or like they're forced, or like, you know, they decide to stop investing and it just implodes because it needs that gambling money just to continue to operate. Or just, you know, the investors get tired of it, kind of thing. I don't see it taking over, really. Thank you for the follow. welcome to the stream. I think the genuine biggest threat for Twitch right now is if YouTube like shook off the dust and went, you know what, let's actually get in on this live streaming thing. Not like what they're doing now, but like actually try and make a live streaming first experience as part of this. I could see that being a genuine threat to Twitch. And I feel like it's a genuine threat that if YouTube just announced that like tomorrow, hey, we released our new live product and it's like a strong competitor for Twitch, you would just have Twitch in such a bad state so fast. Like that's the thing, like YouTube like literally could just hold Twitch's life in its hands if it actually when invested on making that happen. Alright. Slow learner, but a cook? I can actually live with that. But that's like the only big threat. Because TikTok needs to figure its stuff out if it wants to be taken seriously in the live streaming side. Facebook basically is all but given up on their live streaming thing. Like, it still exists, but it's definitely second billing. Like I said, Kick has a lot of problematic stuff that they have to clean house before it has a prayer. Like, if Kick grew to the size it became a strong competitor, it would probably be, it would probably be one of those platforms that a whole bunch of people would try and get banned from being accessible to a whole bunch of people because, gambling with children and all that, it would end up getting legal processes involved is the way I would describe it. I think the only reason it doesn't have more problems is because it isn't that big. And I haven't heard of anyone else that seems like a viable competitor at all. I've definitely heard of other platforms that there's one streaming service that's supposed to be entirely targeted around VTubing, which seems like super niche. Like, nothing wrong with VTubing, it's just you've now taken a normal audience and you've subset and subset and subset it. So it's just one of those things. It's the same thing I mentioned about the Facebook but musicians. Okay, so you've made a Facebook that I can't talk to all my friends or whatever. Why would I use you again? But streaming. Alright, so how long do we have on these potatoes? So we're getting close. So I do think let's knock down the population of Muffalo a little bit. Okay, so we got one adult male. So you're gone, and you're gone. Kick is something like VK play to you. Just another thing that will die as soon as they understand there's no competition. And the majority of people never heard of neither of those. Yep. Well, that's kind of things. You have a bunch of creators who are taking a risk, and Kick is in that early phase. Kick is in the phase where they're deliberately losing money. Or I shouldn't say they're losing money. They're having investors lose money to keep it on, to keep it cheap, to give the better return on investment. And then once they believe they've grown to sufficient market share or give up, then what'll end up happening is we'll get to see what the actual numbers are. Because that's just a normal tech strategy, is build your audience and then charge what you're actually going to charge. So we'll probably see the amount of money that individuals get from Kick will get reduced. Now, it's still probably going to be better than Twitch. We'll never see, like, I think it'll be one of those things that the moment they reduce that payout rate or the investors get concerned and all that, we'll start seeing, you'll start having people bail from the platform because they just can't support themselves on it, that kind of thing. Don't feed the dead rabbit to Cookie. Yeah, people are fleeing from YouTube after their new ad blocking related changes. Yeah. Okay, but considering how Google conglomerate is already pretty bloated, right, behaving in sort of zombie-like ways, company-wise, you have little hopes for the YouTube making a big dent critical enough to Twitch to lose its main gamer stream point. I could see if they actually decide to be scrappy again. it is a problem you do run into when, as companies get bigger, they get slower in their ability to move. Because there's more and more of, I have a lot to lose by making changes. So even if you could gain a lot by making changes, you get almost like a paralysis of being able to do things because you're not willing to risk what you already have. And that eventually just lets some scrappy little competitor outrun you and set up. And then you acquire the competitor and they disappear and you go right back to square one. I'm not saying that's a good thing. It's a deeply upsetting thing, in fact. Oh, here's what we need to do. We need to go to food restrictions, select food restriction, lavish, no corpses. At least butcher it. But yeah, no, yeah, YouTube's been doing that thing. Creating a streaming platform is not easy. Leaving aside all the technical details, you have to invest a lot of money, upfront infrastructure in business, and uncertain monetization difficulty. Yep. Company loses agility? Absolutely. And it's one of those things like, well, they just need to go agile again. It's like, well, you can't. Especially when you go publicly traded. Convincing people to actually be willing to take those risks, like not completely pissing off your investors in itself will prevent it. As a Google needs a thing separated from YouTube. Yeah, no, I could also see going with that, having their own Mixer. That was the thing that surprised me, was it felt like Mixer was just starting to actually get some momentum under it, and that was when Microsoft was like, never mind. And Microsoft is so notorious for that. That they'll come out with something, it'll just start building up the market share, it'll just start, like, looking like it might become a viable competitor, and then it'll get scared and back off. Because they did that with, like, the Windows Phone. Like, Windows Phone was, like, super dead for the longest time market share-wise. And then towards the end, it was, like, eking out, like, 20-30% depending on where you were. And then bailed. It's like, but you were finally getting market share. You got your Nokia phones, and you were finally actually becoming a competitor. And you're like, nope, scared, nope. The Zune? Yeah. I don't know how Zune was doing towards the end. To be honest, like, I would definitely say towards the end, the Zune was the better physical product. Like, early Zune was rough, and then the iPod was just, like, way better. But then later, like, the iPod kind of just didn't get better at all. Not in a real way. And then, like, the later Zune, I thought, had improved a bunch. I could be wrong. I don't know. Because by then, I was already not really worrying about it. Because, like, the later iPods, when, they were, like, the fully animated screens and all that kind of stuff, the battery life was just not good on them. They were, like, these big chunky things, versus like the little iPods where it's just like a really crap screen, the little dial. You could power those things for like 2-3 days on a charge without even worrying about it. The early one was a brick, but they had decent product by time. Yeah, that was what I was gonna say, is I thought that's the way it went, is that early Zune was like really not great, but they kind of really fleshed out the product towards the end. Like a bunch of marble shelves. I'm sitting on just a giant heap of material and just not using, I'm just using wood. Which is definitely not the move. So he's found, let's see, just the 3rd generation iPod, had all the storage, only one I ever owned it. Gotcha. So he found a specific naming moniker for the recent fears of Twitch, Kavasky. Apparently, nuking some unfortunate minority streamers thinking people belonging in protected groups like LGBTQ, especially anxious about the poor opaque moderation policies with good reason. Yeah, no, it's a thing that's, like, well-intentioned, but it's got, quote-unquote, friendly fire. I know I plug the book every so often. There's a book called Weapons of Math destruction. So that's math, as in like algebra. And it is a thing that kind of goes over where people will make well-intentioned systems, and either they become their own sources of truth or whatever. You know, they don't get challenged enough. There's a lot of things that contribute to it, and that ultimately, even these systems that are meant to do good things ultimately do a lot of harm. And like the biggest problem is when a system becomes what's referred to as its own source of truth. And what that means is you go, I want to prove that the system is wrong. I have to consult the system to see if it's wrong, like consult the system to know if it's wrong, kind of thing. You end up in those kind of situations. Well, because the system is the one checking the system, it's going to be wrong if it's wrong. And not all the systems were well-intentioned, to be clear, but a lot of them were. Why is... I see. I understand now. I was like, why is that being that way? Oops. Hey, Radamant! Thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? And thank you, Radamant. Thank you, Radamant, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Apparently our geothermal thing caught fire and I didn't notice it. It's going good. I mean, our geothermal generator's gone, but you know, other than that, it's good. But welcome in. For those who don't know, Radamant, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform, plays a whole variety of games, including RimWorld. Definitely good times over there. Also plays stuff like State of Decay 2, and all that. Definitely check it out. Hello from the world, Radamant. I didn't see. What were we playing today? State of Decay 2, it says. Twitch has been known to lie, but yeah. Probably doing the curveballs. Yep, State of Decay 2 is a good time. So I've dealt with that. So I need to get that back online, because that is literally my only power source. I just realized I didn't make my freezer right. It's fine. So we're going to open that up. No, I was going to say, it's like, I could put them here. It's like, nah, if I put them there, that'll be a problem. All right, so we're going to tear down this wall here so that I can put my freezer out that side. Am I excited about Build 42? Yes, but it's going to be a very long time. Apparently, Lemmy, who's one of the devs, did say that it's basically not going to be this year. It'll probably be next year, but probably not the end of next year. And that's about all the information we've got. Twitch would really add a recently played to their own shoutout command. So it actually does. The problem is it gets it wrong a lot of times. What it does is, I don't know why, instead of saying what that person was playing when they stopped streaming, it'll say like what they played before that. It happens a lot. Oh, but I mean, you can click on the drop down and it'll show it. Somewhere around the original release date. Yeah, I don't think they actually know one or the other. So give me a legendary bow. Or Silink. You mean LGBT, especially because it hits the mundane stuff. Whenever the automated moderation panic, the online service is like, sorry, with that big block, it takes me a moment to read that. Many user lives through multiple times by now. Pretty common even, due to poor implementation. Yeah, no, I am aware of what they had going on there that's like flagging on words, so you'll have people in protected communities will be cracking a joke that is all fine and the positive in there. And then the auto mod, like not even the regular mod, but the AI one will slap them really hard for it. You think it might happen if you raid out, but you don't formally end your own stream before the shoutout command is triggered, but I could be wrong. That would make sense. I could see that. But yeah, I mean, it is a well-intentioned AI that is, it needs more time. We were talking about like not auto mod, but there is a Twitch mod AI kind of thing that I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Basically, it's a thing that kind of goes after people who are like doing particularly harmful things, that it will, like, you've got auto mod for your channel, and then there's a like a higher tier moderation for the platform that has been false positive on some people. Not in this channel in general, but just it's been a discussion going on Twitch as a general thing. That's mostly using Phantom Bot, multiplayer chat bot. Oh, I switched to the correct game. Gotcha. Yeah, so I am going to need one of you to stop what you're doing and fix our power, please. Guessing social fighting, considering you got a bunch of injured people walking in. Alright, so we're good for this. Let's grab this. Link, paste, and we're good. Context always matters in dealing with people. Machines should not be used to regulate speech, as they're incapable of understanding the context and indentation. Yes and no. It depends. So it shouldn't make any significant decisions. But like holding a message, that kind of thing, that type of moderation, I'm 100% on board with having systems and AI that deal with that. Now, instantly kicking over to like banning people, that kind of thing, yeah, you probably want a human being in the middle of that. You think Twitch's shoutout goes based on past broadcasts chatbots use the channel's current Steam category? Gotcha. Because it's kind of the kind of thing. It's like anything you're gonna do that has a significant impact, you do want a human being involved in that process. Like you shouldn't have a computer be its only form of truth. Thermal power gone. If people don't feel powerless yet, that's encouraging. But yeah, no, I am very pro moderation, to be clear. I do feel there's definitely places where moderation can go wrong. It can be not appropriate or whatever, but I am absolutely teaming all that stuff. Let's see. Yeah, can anyone confirm with me if this is a recent thing you're talking about? Or just the same old, some people follow only discovered felt mechanics recently? But AI shouldn't ban people for praising organ harvesting labor. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, when you manage servers with hundreds of people on them, you want to get flag alert rather than one extreme or the other. Auto-modding for that purpose, prompting human act is necessary. Yep, exactly. That, like, if someone does something, unless it's like something very, very overtly obvious, like 10 out of 10, you're going to always ban the person for it. You do want something to have, again, human intervention involved. In regards to global AI mod, so I haven't seen or heard much about a global AI mod. I've heard rumblings about it, but it's one of those things I've heard in rumblings, like all in the background. I haven't seen anyone who's come forward and been like, I have been banned by this. Here's the email, like that kind of thing. It's all been rumblings in the back. So it is one of those things. I don't know if it's actually a thing going on Twitch, like as like a real problem, or one of those things that these kind of things can just get away and get a life on their own. That there's kind of the assumption of a problem. Because I know I heard about it on one of the Discords that I'm part of. But again, like no one came forward like, here is evidence this is actually occurring. So I don't know. Like automod obviously being a thing. But I would definitely say if they did have, because like with how much the way Twitch handles a lot of their moderation, where they're actually very lax on what a lot of the stuff they do, which I know people disagree with me on that, and that's fine. But like when you look at a lot of it, it's the auto mod will be like, hey, let's be sure. So it could be a rumor thing. It sounds more like a solid thing since it got a name already like that. Oh no, like things will be given names. Fair what you Rual, Niagara was saying, just need to make sure some kind of human reviews what are neutral interactions. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like when it's auto mod, like for me making content, I'm totally fine. Like I actually deliberately have my auto mods. It's not at strictest settings, but it's on a pretty decent setting. Because I would rather favor that it goes, hey, you said this word, like you said this phrase, it's bullying, and maybe like, nah, that's fine. I would rather do that than, you know, when you have someone who pops in, they go on this racist tirade, and then, you know, you ban the person, but like the damage is kind of done. It's like really just killed the mood for everyone. I would rather intercept that at the door and be like, cool, the bot got it? Yeah, I agree, get out of here. And yeah, it'll false positive more, but the only punishment is I have to then push an approve button. Let's see. Stories Mage says, oh my god, the romance system in RimWorld constantly drives me up the wall. How many times will my colonists have a mental break because they keep proposing to someone who's already engaged? Yep, that's RimWorld. That's actually where I, like, to a certain degree, beautiful can actually be a very negative trait because everyone just keeps endlessly hitting on them. And you're like, look, I need you to stop. Like, you're just driving each other up the wall. I need you to stop. Alright, so let's reinstall these heaters to be on the outside so that we can... I'm gonna move you for the time being, just so that if we run out of supplies for everything. Let's see, there's a lot of interconnected testing going on versus AI identify activities that indicate botting, spamming, viral spreads. Discord is a great example to this. They do not reveal the exact parameters to prevent people from doing that. Oh yeah, that's normal. They also don't trigger the things all the time. They usually do it in waves. Reason tried to run, including a sister and good friend. Alter ego either tried to romance my sister's alter ego's best friend. I even tried to add relations to them, being part and sister. It didn't work. Or you'll sit there and you'll be like, haha, I'm gonna make a colony and like I'm gonna have, you know, girlfriend, wife, whatever, as the other colonists. They're gonna be a pair. They immediately break up with each other and then one tries to murder the other one over it. How big of an area does a heater and AC cover? That is a complicated question with a complicated answer. It depends. What materials have you made the room out of? What is the temperature outside compared to the temperature inside? And all those kind of things. Generally speaking, like a room this big, I'd probably put 2 to maybe 3 ACs. A smaller fridge like this size, probably 1 or 2. And then, you know, as you get bigger, they get worse and worse. It's pretty much, I put one on there. If it's not hot or cold enough, then I adjust. Alright, so I'm going to grab you and manually tell you to move that. So then we're going to go here and go production. High-tech bench. And then once we build that, we can... I'll probably just leave that over there in the corner, honestly. That is the natures of pawns having a mind of their own. They'll do what they want, whether you like it or not. When you got a bot... Pawn's like, they're hitting on everybody. Yeah. Yeah, I know there's those pawns. Does the cold temperature setting matter? Like, is minus 10 any different than minus 60? Yes. The colder it gets, the faster they'll get hypothermic. So for example, it is actually a strategy you can use. You can make a room and use layering for like ACs or heaters to make a room so ridiculously hot or cold that pawns stepping in begin to instantly go hyperthermic and then collapse into cold, or vice versa. They step in the room and the air is superheated, so they immediately start getting heavily burned. You're seriously trying to limit your mod list? Like, they're bringing back the mod used to fix the romance system? Yeah. That's true. You know, it's imprecise science, and everything sent to Intel screenshots. Where they just text about EVE Online that have been flagged. I missed that. Yeah. Just got to the point of making... Just got to the point of making polygamy acceptable and adding an extra trade slot. Yeah. It is weird, a lot of the decisions that RimWorld makes about some stuff. All right. So we've got we got the cougar net on the map again. Do we have everyone restricted still? No, we're unrestricted. Good. Because they've had someone as a dedicated hunter constantly going around. The good news, we got our potato harvest finally. I don't think we're going to get a second one this time, because we did have a volcanic winter at the beginning of the season. Alright, but we can go here and say temperature, AC, boom, boom. And go to here, security. I'll go slate, boom, boom. And then when they finish that, we're going to wall it off. So you ended up renaming the pawns because whenever I removed the relationship between them, it didn't take minutes for them to get back into it. I even lowered their opinion towards each other. They may also scan your device just in case. Oh, cloud services also monitor report stuff. Sort of police. Usually, well, it depends. Some stuff they will report, some stuff they will keep a record of, and then if the police ask for it, they will provide it. Because a lot of times they have a legal obligation to do so. Like, that is just the reality. If you store the information, they can potentially have a legal obligation to report it. On top of that, there are things that, depending on what your systems do, you may have a legally required obligation to record those things for purposes of law enforcement. That's not me saying it's right or wrong or otherwise, just there are things that you have a thing. Like, also, depending on the type of records, there's some records that you are legally obligated to hold on to for a period of time. Again, depending on where you're located and all that kind of stuff. I'm referring from the point of the United States. Yeah, stand in the water. Someday you'll hit that warg. Today might not be that day. Oh, I enjoy Technohumus. I've done that before. Alright, well I guess we'll just let the warg go away for now. Oh, don't keep hunting that, please. That's why if you use the VPN, you need to look at where HQ servers are located. Yep. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, even using stuff like VPN, if the VPN exists in a place they're legally required to keep certain records, they're going to have those records because they're not going to go to jail on your part or be horribly fined on your part. Not all VPNs are created equal. Yep, that's exactly saying. It doesn't matter how much they claim they don't log things. They're often legally obligated. Yeah, they'll say something like, you know, we don't... I just realized you covered that up, didn't you? Is that got a roof on it or not? You do. You need to tear that wall down right now. Okay, now build it. Because if that's roofed, it would, eventually catch fire. Because it would superheat. What's the best VPN? I do not know off the top of my head, and usually that's another one of those things that it depends. It depends on what your priorities are, like performance, like what privacy concerns do you have. There's a certain level of trust involved because you just have to trust the VPN, you know, has your best interests in mind. Usually most of the better VPNs, you're going to pay for it. Free VPNs are going to make money somehow. Just understand that's the reality. They're going to make money somehow. And if it's free and they offer you everything, they're making money somehow. They're either selling your data or, you know, injecting things or tracking your stuff or something. Yeah, it also changes based on time. You'll have VPNs that are really good when they first come out, and then after a while, and they get a big user base, then they turn around and start selling. Like, yeah, it's a bit specific for the US. EU has a lot more protections for privacy. Something you get a lot of mandatory training, especially during software engineering. That's to do with sensitive personal data, medical stuff, because it's legal to store that inside US jurisdiction. Yep. I've been looking one for pay, but we want to keep strong performance. Yeah, so I haven't kept up on the VPN stuff, for me personally. There's like I've used VPN for a lot of stuff in the past, but lately I haven't been using VPN quite as much as I used to. I used to have to deal with lots of stuff that I'd be very careful about, you know, who can get a hold of what. Alright, let's try and deal with you. I'm trying to get these ones off the dangerous animals off the map real fast so I can hunt without having to, like, babysit the pond and make sure they're not going to, like, the wrong side of a dangerous animal or something. Alright, there's you. Now round 2 with the warg. But yeah, it's one of those things that just... where people are like, but they'll report it to the police. Yeah. I mean, first of all, if they're reporting something to the police, it means you're doing something illegal. Or something that, you know, is report-worthy or whatever. One would assume. Now, don't get me wrong, there's stuff that they make illegal at times that there certainly should be a discussion about whether or not it should. But for me, that's not a big thing. Yeah, no, it's like I get it. Sometimes stuff is made illegal that really shouldn't be, and we don't need to open that can of worms. Let's see, there's a case where there's a father sent a photo of their child to a doctor upon request. COVID times, and it was considered as central processor. The father had to explain to the police it's just a medical thing, not something bad. Yeah. That's why you use services that are based in a specific country, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't have to store logs. They aren't obligated to hand the data over. Not because they've done something illegal, but in my opinion, it's pointless to use VPN for privacy if they store your data about you. Yep. Alright, so, moisture pump I need. And pretty soon our people are going to start complaining about not having neural supercharge. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, almost every website you use is going to store some information about you. From the admin side, like being on the software dev side, that was like one of the biggest things to try and convince the companies you work for is like, you know what I want to store? The minimum amount of data I need to store about my customers. Like, as little as I'm obligated to. Because a hacker can't breach my system and steal data I don't have. I can't get legally held liable about leaking information I don't have. So it'd be 3 imps, and you give me 60 goodwill. We can make this happen. Yeah, we're gonna overdo this one, so we're gonna accept that. Oh, that's perfect. It's right next door. So forum caravan, go there, go back, accept. We will take a handful of Muffalo, and then we will send Alanorama, and basically just about everyone with a gun. Yeah, that'll do. Get over there as fast as you can. Pods have arrived. Thank you for the plasteel and gold. I mostly just wanted the reputation, because that's when we were enemies with, and we're pretty close to jumping right to not being enemies or anymore. I just need them to get off the map as fast as we can. Did I seriously grab the baby ones? It's fine. We'll go Misk. Caravan spot will be here from now on. Alright, we're being raided immediately. Grombo. I'm gonna ask you real nice here, friend. If you could do me a solid when you're standing there and not aggro, okay? I'm probably gonna have to shoot past you. I'm not getting a lot of chance to deal with that. So you got shotgun, you got this. So a lot of Molotovs and that kind of stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot of shotguns and Molotovs. Who am I missing? There you are, Bong Spill. Alright. Weapon upgrades coming? Yeah, sadly they really only had the shotguns, which I don't actually want that badly in this particular case. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to get you. You're gonna be bled out by the time. Remember, aim for the hot heart ain't got no chill. Sometimes you need to just lack and chill. Ooh. Multiple headshots back to back. Where are you going? Okay. Geez, one colonist just had a mental break with the first thing they do after they snap out of it. They propose the same person who was already engaged someone else. They have rebuff penalty times 5. Animal is wandering away. You could deal with that. Alright. So get everyone out of here real fast. There you go. Okay. Try again. Form caravan, go there, come back, accept. Oh, are they still set up to caravan? Oh, they're still good to caravan. I thought it canceled it. Pawns never learn. Never. So what is probably going to happen here in a minute is we're probably going to finish the psychic droner. And the stream is still going to go on, but I usually will switch, games about halfway through stream. I went a bit long for this game this particular time. I was kind of like in the middle of a thing going, I don't want to break right at the spot. But I usually will play more than one game per stream. It's just a way of kind of breaking it up that way, not playing the one game just forever and ever forever. Because I will burn out on a game if I do that. So no matter how good a game it is, I do try and make that happen. So that's going to be right after we knock this thing out. We'll go ahead and do that. But first, it dies. Alright, so there should be 3 imps here. We don't have any turrets or anything. So we're going to approach it with the overwhelming numbers. I didn't think that through with the imps. We need to back up. I'll use your defenses against you. Flame. Okay, meanwhile I have you poke into this room real fast. You can poke into that room. Deal with that in a moment. Alright, we go world map, reform caravan, go back, accept. Oh, I've got that. Take all their food as well. And their cloth bed, so I have that in the future. I'll take the beer. We'll take the jade, we'll take the components, we'll take the steel. I don't want all their tainted clothing. And that's fine. Why are you going that way? I need to, like, make a bridge across here so that the animals quit going the whole way around every single time. Alright. There you go. Grab that medicine. Alright, so that's what's going to happen here. Is, like I said, we have kind of finished that one. Let's see. There's available partner for them who has an even better opinion. But no, they just keep proposing the same person. So I'm not sure if you've seen this, that you can go in here, and click on romance and actually, like, go out of the way and say, hey, I want you to go romance that person. That might help if you can, like, intervene and be like, no, go romance that person for you. But yeah, it's just, if you go to social, for adults, it'll be down here, and it'll tell you the % chance of success. You can only do it, like, once every 30 days or something like that, or 60 days, or whatever it is. I think it's probably 30. But get back to the caravan. Alright, cool. So I got them back. And with that, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is we're gonna go ahead and do this. Like, we're gonna be switching games here in just a moment. So for all of you over on YouTube land, I do apologize, but I'm gonna be ending the stream on YouTube land because I'm gonna be switching games and I can't switch in the middle without being weird. So goodbye, YouTube. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And I'm probably not gonna even bother bringing up YouTube for the second part of the stream. Not gonna worry about